Hello, hello, hello. It's time for some more Arknights. Last time we saw the first half of Guide Ahead, the new event. Featuring Mostima, Fiametta, Enforcer, Executor, and apparently at some point, Kazemaru. We haven't exactly seen her yet, but at some point, maybe she's supposed to show up. I don't know. Or either that, or she's just new and hey, extra trust because new character or something. I don't know. I'm assuming she'll pop up. I'm pretty sure she'll pop up. I'm assuming that's what tends to happen with characters that get released with events. Yeah. Basically, spoilers incoming. I'm about to summarize exactly what we saw. You have like 10 seconds. Basically, I'm gonna take a drink, and then spoilers inbound. So turn away if you don't want spoilers. This has been your warning. Okay. Warning has been sent. So, the story thus far has been an enforcer named Ezel. E-Z-E-L-L. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing it right. Like I do most things in this game. Well, actually, I'm assuming I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I'm going to act like I'm pronouncing it right. That's how I do most things in this game. But basically, he was tasked with attempting to find a will for a person who had passed away. And after finding no will, he encounters a mysterious child named Cecilia. Cecilia has no listed records, completely off the books. Turns out, Cecilia has been living with this deceased person for the last several years. Her whole life, literally. And she appears to be a Sancta, but is not yet old enough to understand death, and therefore did not fully understand what happened to her mother. Assuming that she may have been kidnapped or was simply lost, Ezel simply took her on her way and attempted to go and just help find her mother. Eventually, after realizing her mother was now deceased, he eventually brought her to a graveyard, and that is where we left off. There are some other bits involved. We found out that Cecilia is of mixed blood. She is not purely Sancta, which is quite odd, because only pure blood Sanctas actually gain halos and wings. However, Cecilia is half Sarkaz and half Sancta. Like a certain someone we now understand what is like that too. Mostima. Basically, these two are exceptions to the normal rule. And the reason why there is so much conflict about this is because of a certain someone known as the Guide, or Ardion. Ardion believes there's no reason to continue the conflict between Sarkaz and Sancta. It's a 1,000+ year-old conflict. Why do we continue to hold it up? Everyone's the same. Why do we have to treat them as devils? And why are we the angels? So, attempting to look after her, he essentially got a group of people who side with him and against the Senatorial Hall, where many of the other enforcers and many of the other executors, including our enforcer buddy Ezel, work. And Ezel has just met up with this who is also apparently an old friend, enemy, not fully sure, Fiametta, Lemon, their injured war friend, and Mostima. We will pick back up today, right where we left off. Just after the meeting, and right at the start of the funeral for Cecilia's mother. There are a couple of things I want to do. One is hopefully get enough Originium. I don't know. I pronounce it Originium. It could be Originium or something like that. I think Originium just sounds correct to my brain. I could be wrong. But Arknight Prime and just Originium, stuff like that. I don't know. My brain's not working. I'm so sorry. But basically, I want to do a 10 pull. I want to still want to try for Fiametta. I've used all of my freaking certs on getting headhunting things too, and I still haven't gotten her. I want her so I can put her in a squad with Mostima. Also, she seems cool, and that's 90% of how I get my operators, is they seem cool, and that's what I do. Okay, whatever, I'm stalling for long enough. Let's go ahead and let's close out of this. Let's turn this on, and then let's hop over. And I did properly censor everything. We are all good. And there's not much to do besides begin. I can now remove the sensor. Me in the future, please remember to go ahead and put the sensor back. Okay, I get it, absent. Remember to put the sensor back on if we head back to the main lobby screen. Okay, here we go. And again, I must apologize. I have put in a request to get someone to check out the bug problem, because it's no longer just me, it's like this entire building. But if I seem distracted, it's because there's a lot of gnats just all around this building. And I've killed probably about 15 of them today. Got my good old water and just wabbar. So if you hear me like clapping or what sounds like maybe like punching something, I'm not actually punching something. I'm probably just like trying to get a bug. There's one in particular I know it keeps flying around, so if I seem distracted, that's probably it, and I am terribly sorry. Again, I'm going to run to the store tomorrow and just see what I can do for in terms of homemade traps and stuff like that. I know there's something you can do with like apple cider vinegar. I know there was also probably some store nearby that sells just like a actual trap. Yeah, I put in a request to get someone out here. Unfortunately, they cannot come like immediately because that's how scheduling works. Yeah. So if I seem distracted, that is why. I'm gonna try not to let it distract me too much, especially while we're reading story and stuff, but you know. Okay. Again, I've been stalling for long enough. We left off at a really freaking low point last time, so I'm a little bit worried about back in. We left off with Fiametta really just breaking down completely. Sancta have the ability to basically mind read, but not like exact thoughts. It's like they literally have perfect empathy with one another. They can feel exactly what everyone else is feeling, all of the Sancta. And basically Lamoon and Mostima was basically understood Arduin. Anduin. I think it's Anduin. Don't exactly appreciate what they did, but they completely understand him and basically aren't angry about it, whereas Fiametta, who doesn't have that ability because she's a berry, not Sancta, does not have that ability, and basically after seeing him again in the city, basically that was the last straw for her, and she just kind of boiled over. Here we go. Obsequies. He seeks out Cecilia. Service not of a calamity, but of an answer. There's a lot of stops on this map. It looks like 2 of them. We got 2 entrances, 2 exits. So this should be interesting. Alright, let's begin. Again with my funky little crew here. Grab bag of units I enjoy just slapping together whenever there's an event. How deep are we? Reckon we should dig a little more. It'll all be a wasteland here sooner or later. It's not like you could stick wheels under the graves. Folks want to leave behind some trace of their lives after they die. It's all pointless dreams, sadly. Might as well ask for a cremation and have your ashes scattered in the wilderness. That would put us out of a job, though. True enough. If you ask me, graves aren't for the dead. It's for the living who need these things. Ceremonies and the big chunk of rock that goes on top of them. Those are the things that folks say their goodbyes to before starting anew. Until it's their turn to bite the dust. The preparations for the ritual are almost complete. I'm not sure. I don't feel so good today. Mama. Mr. Fryer, I was really happy yesterday. Rosetta told me about lots of fun stuff. We prepared for the funeral together, and it felt like I was doing something for Mama. But we're done with everything now. What comes next? I think I worked really hard for Mama. But can Mama see all that? Does all of this really mean something? Mr. Fryer, have you gone through this a lot? When it happens during the funeral, what should I do? What do I do once it's over? Right. The funeral. You're still young. I don't want to hide anything from you. We do a lot of things for others, but in the end, we do it for ourselves. Cecilia, this isn't selfishness. There just means that ultimately everything that the living do is to mold and shape themselves. We hold funerals and say our goodbyes when our loved ones leave us. It's also a respite for ourselves. It's a way to mark the road that we've trodden. Many grown-ups use this as a way to find peace. But whenever they truly find it, or whether they truly find it, or indeed anything, isn't the fault of the funeral itself. It's really up to us after we go through the thing. Once we are done looking back and resting, we must keep going forward. But where do we go after that? That is something you need to ask yourself, Ophelia. Isn't the question that only you can answer yourself. It's a question that both you, I, and everyone must answer in our lifetime. Ask myself. Only you can find the right way forward for yourself. It is only your own 2 legs that you can walk the path. What about you, Mr. Fryer? You know so much. What is your road like? I can't answer you that. I'm afraid I can't even say I've found it. It's a tough search and a sad journey. It makes you wonder if the way forward ever truly exists. But I haven't given up. And that is why I, my brothers and sisters, call ourselves the Pathfinders. Candelabra, candelabra. Where does one find... Somebody's there. Buried from the hospital? Patia wasn't? And the legate is called Orin, too. I really don't get it. What is that guy even doing? Watch your words, Soren.
It's the perfect time to act. There are lots of other things we can be doing besides wasting time on a funeral.
And I thought you were close to the girl's mother. How cold-blooded of you.
I'd already made my decision when I told Anduin about Cecilia. She's capable of knocking the city off its godly throne. That also means she can shake that saint who's always been hiding behind the red and gold curtain. Plenty of others besides.
What is he talking about? Sancta who wants to bring down his holy city with the help of a mixed-blood girl? Scandalous.
You make it sound like I just want to burn it all down for no good reason. I said incapable. That doesn't mean we have to do it. In fact, if we don't do it, then her worth as a bargaining chip is that much more. I just have to make sure Cecilia doesn't end up in the Pope's hands. On that point at least, Anduin and I are aligned.
A word of advice. I don't know what kind of tricks you're trying to play with Cecilia. Do not forget the promise you made to the guide.
Thanks for the tip. I don't mind walking this path with you folks for a little while longer. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I have better places to be than a funeral.
Looks like they aren't all on the same wavelengths. What worries me more is that there's a goddess involved. I'll take Cecilia and leave once the funeral is over. Cecilia? Cecilia! Senora Isil. Funeral will be starting soon. And Owain, I don't care about your grand ideals, but I'm not interested in discussing faith with you. So once the funeral is over, I'm leaving with Cecilia. Where will you go? None of your concern. Time to light the candles, Senor Isil. My brain is not working. Senor Isil. Gosh! Senor Isil. Go. Be with Cecilia. The early spring mornings are still frigid here in Laterano. Sancta funerals are often accompanied by laughter, music, sweets, and the occasional inconsequential explosion. The departed become one with the Holy Spirit and return to heaven. This is worthy of celebration. But there is another kind of Sancta funeral unknown to other races. On a certain hour of a certain day, a great sorrow will seize all Sancta by the throat. They will not be able to move, breathe, or avert their eyes. Each and every fragile soul will be swept away as if by the floodwaters of a broken dam. Yet neither the joy of the former nor the awesome power of the latter can be found today in the Ecclesia Requiem of Pagus Stevonus. You find only a frail girl, trying her hardest to swing the absurdly unwieldy shovel in her hands. A girl trying to shovel the last bit of dirt onto her mother's resting place. Go, Cecilia. It's time to say goodbye. Mama, what should I do? When I think to myself that I'm doing this for Mama, I don't feel scared of anything. I feel like I can do anything. Feels like I've gotten a little stronger since you've been gone. Is it because I got a little older? But Mr. Easel says I won't get to see you anymore. Even if I grow up and grow even stronger, I won't see you again. Right? When I do a good job, you won't be there to reward me. When I do something bad, you won't be there to get angry at me. So, why should I grow up? Mr. Fryer says I'm doing your funeral and saying goodbye to you for myself. What does it mean to do something for myself? I'm scared, Mama. A few days ago, a prioress lady And I don't know told me that whether we do it with tears or smiles, the ones who are leaving us will accept our goodbyes. I don't get it. Mama, should I cry? Or should I smile? Mr. Fryer said it's a question for myself, but I don't know. There's no rush, Cecilia. You still have lots of time. Too bad then, that yours just ran out. Hey. Been a while. Finally got you, Anduin. Estima, Fiametta, my dear old friends, long time no see. You're here to mourn the dead. I'm afraid you came a little too late. That's alright. We can always make some more. Okay. I truly do not know what this guy has done, but I feel like he's bouncing back and forth between like two different sides of a very, very gray zone, and I don't know what to think about it.
I've got this. I
Are
can
they-
do this.
Are these owned by me? They're blue, so I'm assuming they are.
私を厄災扱いしないで。誰にも死んでほしくない。チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえる?
Oh wait, that's not a whatchamacallit? That's a yeah, that's blocked off, so they won't walk through there. Okay, that's good. Good to know, good to know, good to know. We can go ahead and just place you like there. Again, I freaking love this music. It is so good.
このチェーンソーで真っ二つにされたくなかったら、さっさと
Let's also put down. Go with you right there. I'm gonna place down you right there. You will not hit that. You know what? I don't need any other units.
Time for a little telling off. But not I told you. Don't get so worked up.
You are not going to attack that, are you? No, you will not.
There. Put your worries to rest.
Fine then.
あなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。
How am I gonna do this? No, you're gonna... Yeah, I'll do this.
視界良好だね。
Oh, right. You have... Yes. You have extra ammo because of that thing. Be gone. Oh, I could have used her skill to go and snatch both of them. Oh, well, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Don't. Cecilia, watch out. Mr. Weasel. Guide, we have to hold our ground. It's you. Cecilia isn't your bargaining... excuse me. It's you. Cecilia isn't your bargaining chip. Easel, give her to me. Hey, Easel, what's the big idea? Don't tell me you're working with these... heretics, terrorists, apostates. Those are the only names that the church can come up with. Out of the way, Patya. You're right, Fiametta. It's not easy to change the way someone thinks. That goes for both of us. You look like you're doing well. Or thanks to you. You look like you've aged a lot, though. Guide. I have you to thank for that, too. The gunshot wound took forever to heal. Not bad. Definitely better than having her shoot you. That is true. Someone almost died. I know. Just a better option over her bullet. Looks like that mental illness of yours hasn't gotten any better. Hey kid, you must be Easel. Another Legata. Should I... I was wondering why it just changed to her for a second. That would be why, because she's taking off the hood. Hello. Meet literally what I believe in this case is the one other person in the world like you, Cecilia. A fallen angel. Miss Fiametta, what's going on? Ah, you fell. Of course. You shot at me. You can't feel anymore. So I use my eyes to see and my mind to think. The little girl though, Cecilia, right? Yes, you have the horns, but you also have a halo. Are you a Sancta? Maybe? I don't exactly know, actually. Listen, Easel. Bring Cecilia over here. She'll be fine. I'm supposed to trust the fallen angel. Trustworthy than a pissed off Laberi. Hey, you mean the... Hey, you mean that bitch over there, right? Gunshots continue. Oh, jeez. Well, Stima, we haven't finished her mother's funeral yet. Whoa, I almost bought into that. Why are we such a dutiful curate for this Ecclesia Requitem, Anduin? Stima, did you follow me here just to catch up on old times? Easel, have you made up your mind yet? Cecilia, we... Yes. Cecilia, you aren't done yet. Right. And Dwayne, you've got a decent crowd here. You brought so many... You brought so many with you just to get Cecilia? Oh, almost forgot. I have a message for you. From the guy in the lock and key. Your bravery is commendable, but you won't like the final answer. Thank you for that. I may not be fortunate enough to walk my path with it, but I benefited greatly from its opening my eyes all those years ago. Look at you. You sure you're benefited? Only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. Not good. Easel, stand back! Ah. Can you believe it? I saw an ocean formed of faith. That concludes the report for this operation. Some of my colleagues present were involved in the incident. If you have anything to add, please do. Brothers and sisters, I propose we immediately declare a state of emergency across the entire city. Anduin is already troubled to begin with. My brain completely shut out that entire sentence. Anduin is already enough trouble to deal with, but now we have a mixed blood Sancta on our hands too. Good night, Giovanni. The conference is set to open soon. Surely you know that a state of emergency would lead to panic among the envoys. Your Highness, we face a dangerous element. A little panic could solve the problem at hand. I consider that an easy win. His Holiness has been planning this conference for years. The Summit of Nations will be the key to Laterano's primacy on land as we know it. But now, panic threatens to destroy this key. And how do you know that Anduin... excuse me. And how do you know that Anduin won't bring this conference to ruin if you leave him be? Don't you worry, good night, Giovanni.
We're talking about a group of desperate people without a future and a small girl of unknown background.
Orin, how do you think we Laterans have enjoyed peace for a millennium? Because we stayed vigilant, taking no chances with such uncertainties.
Even though Laterans set off explosions on the streets day in and day out, huh? The way I see it, the Reverend Gunnight just might be looking for an opportunity to use that awe-inspiring but oh so often holstered gun of yours.
I take pride in my gun. Have a problem with that?
Please, this is urgent. May I continue?
You may. Sorry, wrong voice.
I'm sure you all know that Mostima and I used to work with Anduin. Anduin, I know, isn't one to go off half-cocked. He would start a war without preparing for it. So even though he could sow chaos in Laterano, he wouldn't do it without a reason. The only clue the Astray has given us so far is their attempts on the mixed-blood girl called Cecilia. We can surmise that taking her is their primary objective. And since they already have her in their possession, I think Anduin's next step is to very likely be exfiltrating Laterano. Therefore, I suggest we focus on the two following points. First, we need to step up our border controls and deploy more guards to the crossings. We also form a special elite squad to locate their hideout and bring Anduin in. Secondly, to be on the safe side, I would like the 7th Tribunal to lead the investigation into whether the Astray have made contact with the visiting envoys to determine whether or not they are targeting the conference. As for the conference itself, it's leading according to plan, right? That's what you have in mind, isn't it? It's testing the waters anyway. Oh, I've got to say though, the cold buffet's desserts are disgusting. The cactus tarts are an atrocity. I would like to see some improvement there.
I think there's a certain charm to the taste.
I agree with Mostima on that point, and that point alone.
Blasphemy! I think they're delicious. Clearly, this is not that big of a deal. Oh, that's funny.
Good that Giovanni has spoken. I suppose we can all agree, huh?
Agreed.
Anything that Giovanni likes, you know, is bound to be terrible.
Mostima, belittling me again, are you? Please, my children, quiet down. I'm too old for all this bickering. The laws instruct us to face the unknown with goodwill. We mustn't treat fruit tarts with such scorn.
Why am I unfamiliar with this law?
I just thought of it this morning. Sorry, every single time it gets back to her, it gets even better.
Your Holiness.
We'll go with your plan. Well, Giovanni, give Fiametta all the help she needs. Anduin will make his way to the school.
This is why I hate closed-door meetings. We spent 3 minutes on the main topic. The rest of the meeting was everyone blabbing about their stupid side conversations. Excuse me, senors. May I ask what the decision was? You're still here. I'm taking over the Anduin case. Thank you for your work the past couple days. You should head home and get some rest. I'll talk to the Notorial Hall later. Everything you've done will be written off as you helping us out. Miss Fiametta, anything that comes after this is way beyond the bounds of your authority and ability. Don't forget, you're still in training. I know you're worried about Cecilia, but I'm taking over this case, and that's the best case scenario you could hope for. Fiametta, are you friends with this fallen angel?
And the both of you are familiar with Anduin? That's right. Is that your answer to both of these questions? Very familiar. Or nemesis. Nemesis? Nemesis. Sure. Don't you worry. I won't take it out on Cecilia. I don't really understand what was going on with her this morning, but she's still a kid. What about you? You stayed there for 2 whole days. Did Anduin say anything to you? Just a bunch of heretical nonsense. I suggest you forget all of it then. You still have your whole life ahead of you, right? Go home and take a couple days off. And keep up with your good work at the Notorial Hall. You're pretty qualified for the job, if you ask me. Cherish your life, you know. Life in Laterano is precious. Even I look back on it fondly sometimes. My life. Right. Unlike them, I'm just a regular nobody. Okay. Let's clock out. Not too happy about that, huh? Mortificate cohorts have taken over the border checkpoints, and excuse me. The Apostolic Knights are keeping an eye out for us too. We won't be making it out anytime soon. We have a safe house, but still. Can't get in touch with Oren either. Damn it. No matter. We can wait. Cecilia? Do you regret your decision? I don't know. If I went with Miss Fiametta, she would have taken me to the Basilica, right? I still haven't figured out my goodbye to Mama. It's okay, Cecilia. You have lots of time to think. Mr. Fryer, there was a lady with horns and a halo in the Ecclesia Requitem. Just now. Is she a Sancta? Maybe. Maybe not. It's up to her to decide. I thought Sancta are Sancta. That's true for most of us. But some people get to choose. Or perhaps I should say they don't have a choice but to choose because of some unfortunate circumstances. Incidentally, you too have to choose, Cecilia. As for whether or not that is fortunate or not, no one can tell. Can't the Sancta be with Sarkaz? Of course I can. You are the living proof. But I'm causing everyone a lot of trouble, right? Mr. Easel. You're always worrying about everything. You won't get everything done. People will always fight. Neither gentleness nor understanding can help stop that. A lot of times when people fight, it's not because one side is right and one side is wrong. It's because the things that both sides have to do conflict with each other. In other words, the things that you and I need to do are different, and that means we're in someone else's way. Why can't we go the same way together? Because for a lot of people, the path that they take is determined by the path itself. For example, the Sancta and the Sarkaz. No one can say why the two sides fought each other at first, but the hatred between them has paved the road for everyone. Can't we choose our own path? We can, Cecilia. But it's not that simple. If you want to leave the path you are on and find a new path forward, you must first make your way through a boundless wilderness. It's vast and empty there. You might never find that new path, even if you give up everything you've ever known. Then why do we still have to look? Right. Why do we have to look? Maybe it's because that's what we want. What we want? Is that so important? It's the only thing we still have. Mr. Fryer, can I ask a question? Go ahead. What is it that you want? Cecilia, can I tell you a little story? Sure, Mr. Fryer, go ahead. Many years ago, when I was still young, I ran into some setbacks. And then I left. Where did you go? Anywhere. I traveled everywhere. There was a place I stayed for a while. It was a very small town, and it felt a little like my hometown. But it was even more run down. It was tough for everyone there. Does it sound like Laterano? Excuse me. Once, I passed by the town's pub and came across a humming drunkard. He threw up all over me and insisted that I'd tripped him, and that I should pay for his drink. Everyone in the pub? No. Everyone in the town laughed at him and cursed at him. Those who were scared of him avoided him. Everyone called him a dirty, filthy moron, a lowlife, a sick scumbag. He was a sarcas. They never chased him out of the town, however. He kept living from one day to the next, doing little odd jobs. Then, one windy, rainy night, when no one would go outside, the church's bell started to ring. It was an alarm, and it woke everyone up. There were some bad people in town. It was lucky that the bells woke everyone. It was hard, but we chased the bad people away. No one knew who rang the bells, and we all thought it was a miracle. I headed in the direction of the bell tower and reached the waste beyond. There, I found the church watchman digging a grave. Next to him was a cart, and in it, a thin coffin, the sarcas drunkard inside, wounded all over. I started to help digging. The watchman kept complaining as he dug. He said he was saving the casket for his mother, and it was a waste to give it to a sarcas. And he complained that he'd have to bury the sick sarcas. The watchman said that not long after the bells started ringing, sarcas came and knocked on his door, telling him to run, before the man died at his doorstep. The watchman said that since he saw it was about to rain, he couldn't bear seeing the sarcas man sleep out in the streets, so he let him into the bell tower for the night. He kept complaining and digging, and when he was finished, he stood in front of the grave and sang a song that the drunkard always used to sing, even though he didn't remember how the second half went. In the end, he complained a little more and poured half a bottle on the grave. The winds through hills on high tell the hero's far-flung stride. Over long ways long, over the briars and the thorns. Sorry, I don't remember it either. That's a song that Mama and Rosella taught me. So, Sir Cosman rang the bell. I think he did. So he was the hero that saved everyone? Maybe. I don't know if someone like him can be called a hero. But I think most people probably wouldn't call him one. Maybe he was just trying to help the watchman who helped him. What about you, Mr. Fryer? Do you think he was a hero? What is a hero, Cecilia? I thought about it for a long time, but I know that the answer to this question does not tell us who the sarcas man was. Rather, it tells us who I am. I don't think he himself climbed up the bell tower to be a hero. But it doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes a thing about him anymore. All the questions that I pondered have nothing to do with him. Only me. Why did I witness this? What does it mean to me? How is it going to guide me forward? It is always the living who are questioned. But I kept thinking and thinking. What if he didn't do what he did? What if he did it, but led the fanatics, the bad people, to the bell tower? What if the townspeople couldn't fend the bad people off even after they got woken up? And what if he even died on the bell tower and no one ever found him? There are no guaranteed successes. There are no choices that are certain to be right. So I came to this conclusion. On that rainy night, he climbed up the bell tower because he wanted to. It's the most straightforward conclusion out of a somewhat stubborn goodwill. Whether that's true or not doesn't concern him. He was a hero, no different from the hero in the song. The winds through hills on high, sail the hero's far-flung shrine. Over long ways long, where briars and thorns. Everyone starts humming the song. The quiet singing drifts throughout the room. I feel peace. It's Laterano evening. A peace that I have not known for a long time. Are you thinking something, Mr. Friar? No. Nothing at all. Thank you, Cecilia. You're looking at something. Is that a bell tower? It's Laterano's bell tower. A very, very old tower, made of stone. I often went there when I still lived in Laterano. It was so close to heaven. Heaven? Is that where Mama is? If that's where you wish for her to be, that's where she is. Mr. Friar, could you help me out with something? And then Saga. Here we grab one of these. Go back. We go into here. We grab this. Ta-da!
I'm a
Enforcer.
dispatch of Rhodes Island via transfer agreement with Notorial Hall. A code name? Let's think. You can call me Enforcer. Here's the files pertaining to the agreement. I'll be counting on you to show me the ropes.
Nice. I hit it on the quick collect, but yeah, whatever. That's not enough for me to go and grab a second one. I'm gonna pop this up, and we're gonna go back. Unfortunately, it's gonna change the music. I kind of wish the music would persist. Maybe. Ta-da! Go ahead and just do that real quick. So let's see, buddy. What are your skills? I mean, to start, we can go and do this. Chase Brown, Control Ono, and Guangi-do? I'm so sorry to those voice actors whose names I probably just butchered. I want to see something specifically. No infection. That's not what I'm interested in.
When I decided to violate orders and act independent, Doctor, do you know if there's the Notorial Hall employs more than Doctor? Are you still awake? It's just a little longer now. We can be on break once this work's done. Here, I have your coffee.
Oh, he's a soft boy. I like him.
Hello, I'm a dispatch at Rhodes Island via Brilliant. It'll be a new mission? If we run into
I just want to see if it's senior or
we're
senor.
on break. Do we have to compensate for by your order? Enforcing. This battle is by no. We all simply have. This is as far as you go. A struggle with an ideal to support. I will hear you all out. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone. They have what they uphold, and we have our mission complete. Good work, Doctor. The ones who ran. Did they give up? No need to be so dejected. So these are the renowned Rhodes Island dormitories. Careful. You could have spilled the coffee. I wear eye masks while I'm on a break, so I can only tell you all apart by your footsteps. Was that just now the Doctor? Arknights. Want some coffee, Doctor?
He was very, very soft. Soft boy. Oh, I'm gonna have to upgrade him in order to see everything else. I don't think he's gonna say whether it's senior or senor. Upgrade! I probably don't have the materials for all this stuff. How many of those do I actually have? It does not say. So it's Every 6 seconds, the next attack pushes the target towards the attack direction slightly, stunning it for 1.3 seconds, and if the target collides with high ground. I see. Oh, right, need to be elite one. Yep. Your arm push stroker can be deployed on range tiles. Yep. What does precise aim give you? Ignores 90 defense when attacking enemies with weight greater than or equal to 3. Oh, interesting. So he can push them, but if it's going to be something that's really hard to push, then it's going to ignore the defense instead. That's pretty nice. Staggering shot is manual, 21 auto recovery for rank 4. It pushes back all enemies within range moderately in the direction this unit is facing, additionally stunning them for 1.9 seconds. Increase to 3 seconds if target collides with high ground. If the target collides with another enemy, that enemy will also be stunned for 1.9 seconds. Okay. I can probably... Oh gosh. Yeah, there we go.
Brilliant. It'll be quick for me to adapt to this combat style.
Perfect. Upgrade.
A promotion? Is this going to impact my specific working hours?
How much do you take to go up one more? Oh, right. Gold chips. I also am gonna need polymerized gel and a lot more LMD. So that's not gonna happen for a minute. Let's see, so I do this. That increases, it's now 180 instead of 90. Doubles it. Nothing else really seems to change. I go up to 7. But really only my 25th one to get to rank 7. A little sad.
Brilliant. It'll be quick for me to adapt to this combat style. Brilliant.
Oh, is this gonna be enough? I only have 5,000. I'm not gonna be able to do much. Let's go ahead and set that to the default. You know what? This one of these probably improves the talent, right? Yep, number 4 improves the talent even further. Okay, I'll swap you out. Here. Let me just, it's gonna be a bit higher because he's about 50. Yep, there he is. 54, excuse me.
Mission? Understood.
There we go. Can remove that. And I know I need one more, so after this one we can go and do a 10 pull. Just to see if we can get Fiametta. Queen. Whether the jests of fate or inevitable coincidences, nothing can hold him in his stride. A lot of stops on this one too. 2 of them right there and right there. One of them, okay. Let's see, there's this 2 openings, 2 exits, whatever it is. Entries and exits, whatever. My brain's not working. A staircase that is required to go through in order to lead to one. Oh, Easel. Good morning. Off to work? Good morning. I don't have work today. I'm taking a couple days off. Up so early on your day off? Look at you frowning like that. Is something bothering you? Getting bullied at the Notorial Hall? Told you, it may look like a decent place to work, but it's total misery over there. Here, Easel. I just bought some cupcakes. Take some. Let your worries go. Doesn't matter if work is bothering you. It's a job. Don't think about it on your day off. Besides, aren't you still a trainee? The ceiling caves in, it's gonna crush up all your bosses up top before it ever reaches you. Don't make it so hard on yourself. That's a kind of a morbid way of looking at it, but sure. Cheer up. It's not worth getting upset over. Not worth it, huh? Still letting it bother you? Anyway, I'm gonna get going. Thanks for the cupcakes. It's an early morning. That couldn't be more normal. Hardly anyone on the streets yet. It shouldn't take much longer for the crowds to form and the usual hustle and bustle to return. This is exactly what Lateran life is. How about a crepe? No thanks. I've got these cupcakes. It's you. The crepe shop on the corner only sells 200 of the signature crepes each day. You need to get up early, had a chance of buying one. Thankfully, their hours haven't changed. What are you doing here? I'm out for a walk. In a city that has an arrest warrant out for you? Sure. What happened to the people at the Ecclesia Recreatum? They're all in a safe place. Once everything is over, you'll leave Laterano with me. Where to? Who knows? Are you going to take Cecilia with you? She left. How did you... She has something she must do. It may seem trivial right now, but she's found her path, and she will continue down it, overcoming obstacles that we could never overcome, treading into predicaments that we couldn't dare to face, and making it to faraway places we could never imagine. What are you talking about? Relax, Brother Easel. She's far more brilliant than you and I could ever dream to be. She might need you. Why me? I'm nothing special. This is pretty embarrassing to say, but I was playing hero in front of her the whole time. I told her my word is my bond and I wouldn't mind losing my job. After I got home last night, I spent the whole night freaking out about everything that happened. Mixed Blood Sancta, a fallen angel, the goddess, the conference of the Basilica, the Sarkaz, the strange heretical group. How did I get mixed up in all this? I thought I just wanted a decent job. A desk job would have been all the better. Go to work and leave on time, live a quiet, peaceful life. Figured that'd be pretty good for me. Everything that happened the last couple days could be just like an interlude. Should count myself lucky for being able to get away from it all before it's too late. And in a couple decades, I could tell stories about it to my friends. Be a pretty solid life, wouldn't it? Maybe I shouldn't even be talking to you right now. I should just turn and run. Aren't you going to run, then? There's no need to fool yourself. How am I supposed to know what it is that I really want? You and Cecilia both asked the same question. She asked you that too? Phrased a little differently. And how did you answer? I told her a story. Suddenly feeling like I shouldn't listen to you. Why? I just get the sense that you know how to influence people. What if you're about to sucker me into something here? As long as you don't want to, you won't be. That sounds awfully sketchy. I'm here only to give you a message. What comes next is for you to decide. Cecilia is going to the old bell tower. What is she going to do there? Saying her goodbyes. I switched up my tenses. I am so sorry. Is something wrong? Oh, Cecilia. Aren't you scared walking the streets all by yourself this early in the morning? Where are those friends of yours? Guide, it's Orin. No matter. We'll see what he's planning first. There's something I need to do here. You're so little, but you have lots of big ideas going around in your head, huh? I really don't get what that guy is thinking, but sorry, little girl, I can't let you go. Are you taking me to the Basilica? Basilica? No, Cecilia, I can't let you go to the Basilica.
As long as you don't go to the Basilica and the old man, you can go anywhere. At first I thought it wouldn't be so bad if Anduin took you away. He's had a change of heart, but it's no biggie. I'll do it myself.
It'll be bad if I go to the Basilica?
It's hard to say, Cecilia. Hard to say. You're actually really important to me, you know? Vioria and I were friends a long time ago, but still. Anyway, your very existence is much more useful than whatever it is you're thinking up in your little brain. We put you to good use, you could be the greatest danger to the Lateran city in a long time. After all, you're a Sarkaz. You also became a Sancta. I don't really want to put Laterano in danger. We need some leverage that can influence things. A bargaining chip that I can use in a deal. And you can be such a precious bargaining chip. I don't want to see you lose your effectiveness over a tiny little threat.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't need to understand, Cecilia. I'm just trying to show you that I'm sincere. I won't do anything to get you hurt. I never want to resort to violence if Peach is an option.
Doesn't matter what you want to do. Not now. Could you move out of the way? I'm going to that bell tower.
What I'm saying right now, because this bug keeps landing on my face.
Didn't you hear? She wants to get out of her way. Excuse me. Mr. Weasel, you came. Yes, Cecilia. I promised to help you find your mama and be there when you said goodbye to her, right?
Oh, this is so touching. A mixed blood girl between a rock and a hard place with an executor who's true to his word. Am I watching the Lateran soap opera of the year? Makes me want to clap for you too. If I could, I would rather not be the villain here. This is no fun.
Mr. Weasel.
Sancta can't point our guns at our own kind, but violence comes in other forms. So that's no hill to die on, right?
Yeah, Celia. The bell tower straight ahead. But I'll promise you one more thing. I'll be fine. Alright. I'll wait for you at the top, Mr. Weasel.
Very nice. You came prepared, huh? Didn't expect you to be able to hold me here. But still, even if I don't like scurrying around with empathy, I can feel the fear in you. Save it. Have you ever considered that we might be walking the same road here?
We're definitely not right now, at least.
Show me what you got, then. I didn't realize the weight of the burden you're trying to shoulder.
Did the trainee executor really hold Orin there? Orin's not taking this seriously. And Easel isn't a Notorial Hall executor right now. He's not actually an obstacle to Orin. Actually, Guide, while I would never go against your decisions, I can't say I really agree with this. Cecilia should stay with the Pathfinders. It's not only for us, but for her sake too. That isn't my decision. I can't decide her fate. It's the decision that only Cecilia can make for herself, Batya. Perhaps we should call it an honor to show her the choices before her. Don't worry. What I must do remains the same.
Kid, for an executor in training, you aren't half bad.
I'm still standing.
Looking to spend some time in the hospital, huh? I'm not here to break bones, though. You don't have to do this. Just a normal guy living in Lateran City. Go home, lead a happy life. Munch some cake or take a sip of tea, whatever.
I've made up my mind already.
You folks really like talking about choices and decisions, huh? Does it ever cross your mind that there's a price to pay when you make decisions?
Yes, it's known as opportunity cost. Welcome to my economics class.
This was only going to be an insurance policy, but, well, sorry, fellas. I need your help.
I'm here to help you, Orin. We're doing this because I think it's the right thing to do.
So what do you say? A wise man adapts himself to circumstances. Oh, that's a Yenne's idiom, you see. It means... too bad, Easel. Yeah.
Oh, this looks sick. This is the duo. Oh man, can I make this my wallpaper? I want to just go and do this and just make it my wallpaper. Like, this is such a thick frame. A lot of these frames were they removed from just the individual like models going and talking, and then just cut to the art like this. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Trainee Executor Easel Pastor, you are being temporarily recalled. Your leave has been cancelled. Please assist me with this arrest. Orin Argeolus, your identity has been confirmed. The Seventh Tribunal has revoked your credentials as a legatus. Please stop resisting and proceed with me to the First Tribunal.
Must I? I've still got lots of work to take care of.
Yes, you must. Here we go.
The sooner we're out, the sooner we're on.
Where are you? While this unit is holding ammo, summons a snack cart periodically. Deals significantly increased damage to enemies blocking this unit. Do those? I didn't get to read that. I'm going to assume it's a little itty bitty summoned unit. It's not actually going to deplete life force. Nope, I was wrong. Okay. I did not get to read what that said. Maybe I can read it now.
So close.
What do I got here? Detonates when blocked, inflicting arts and burn damage to nearby targets. Deals a large amount of arts damage to nearby gelato stops. Aha.
Plotted schemes, waged wars, crossed arms, shed blood. An eternity, unaltered and unfailing in its challenge.
Let's see if we can't push this away. Okay, he just... Okay.
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて
I didn't realize they would have that little health.
By your order.
I'm assuming... Oh, it only extends by one?
By your order. This is as far as you go.
No you don't there, bud. Okay. Time for Blaze.
この辺温度が低すぎるかな。怖がらないで同胞たち。すぐに着くから。
Or place you there.
だね。
Oh, you have a gun.
たくあんずたくあんず危ない。終わったら何食べようかな。
Ow.
このチェーンソーで真っ二つにされたくなかったらさっさと投降しちゃって。
We're good. We're fine. Can I place him like
This
this?
battle is by no means out of animosity. Enforcing. This is as far as you
Yeah,
go.
that doesn't really work well. There we go. I don't know. Who should I put there, huh? Golden Glow?
Do my best.
Guess it doesn't really matter all that much.
高温気体力学はめちゃめちゃなんだ。
Yeah, they aren't gonna do anything. Okay. There we go. No problems. The bell tower's corridors are narrow. The stone steps below my feet are slippery and wet. The stone walls are rough and feel so cold to the touch, just like the trees in that forest. My footsteps echo in the hallway. What is there up ahead? The child of a Sancta and Sarkaz. They all said that they have on me their... I don't know. There's a word I've never heard. But I remember how Rosella looked. She looked down at me with a smile on her face. Her hands were clasped together like she was holding on to a treasure. What did everyone want me to do? I still don't get it. But now I understand what it is I must do the most and what it is I want to do. Doesn't matter if I'm a Sancta or Sarkaz. I'm Cecilia. Just Cecilia. Goodbye, Mama. Will you keep watching over me? Easel, you're 11 o'clock. That was close. Come on, it's not like fighting is going to get us anywhere. Why don't we call it quits? You really don't know how to listen, huh? Hazel, I thought you were really worried about Cecilia. She just might be safer with me, you know? Do you think I'd believe that? I'm never one to lie. Even if you're telling the truth, isn't what Cecilia wants, then there's no way. Sometimes I really think Anoine's giving me way more than I bargained for. Stay focused, Hazel. No, Federico. Can you feel it? Well, look at that. The air is trembling. As though something is manifesting from nothingness. A surge of power. Pure power. Nothing like any Organium arts known to man. An ancient construction is being awakened. Forgotten sound is about to ring out far and wide. Hazel, new directive. Investigate the bell tower. Leave the traitors to the goddess to me. Your Holiness, what is going on? Viv, steal off the central sanctuary and halt all meetings. What is happening? Did you know? My predecessor, the last pope, had an interest in history. No? I don't blame you. He was an amateur in the field. His writings were riddled with mistakes and hardly worthy of any praise. Other than studying history, it's better to say his interest lay in using history to let his imagination run wild. He was particularly fond of certain romantic metaphors in his writings. Perhaps a little promiscuous for a history paper, but they did truly leave an impression on his readers. He said, "History is a musical movement, written by a shapeless titan in countless voices." Going by his analogy, our titan musician seems to have started writing his next measure. I breathe all the air out of my lungs before drawing a fresh breath. I trip and fall to the ground before climbing back up and running forward again. You feel that something is brewing. The other side of the door at the top of the bell tower is where Cecilia is. I open the door. The frail girl is singing. An ancient Sarkaz song. She is singing from the bottom of her heart, so tenderly, with all her feelings. I can only stand there, doing my best to hold my breath, to avoid disrupting the flow of her singing. At a certain point, I realize I cannot hear anything anymore. There's only the sound of bells seemingly ringing across time. Bells? The Tower of Revelations? That's impossible. The bell is never rung. Except when the first saint still walked the land. During the day, the Sancta looked up to the sky to find darkness shrouding even the sun. At night, the devil's army came and slaughtered countless Sancta. The Sancta lost much of their radiance. The saints said, "Follow me." Thus they rose. The saints said, "Listen to me." Thus the bells began to ring. The bells echoed throughout the wilderness, uniting all the Sancta. This is a revelation. This is an exhortation. There will be light throughout the day. It shall never be shrouded again. The saints said, "Build a city. It will be the Sancta's paradise." The saints said, "This city shall be called Laterano." How? The Tower of Revelations is one of the oldest structures in Laterano. No. According to the text, the Tower of Revelations was here before there's a Laterano. Now the holy bells ring again? For our little Cecilia. But why? Perhaps the shapeless Titan musician wanted some crescendos in his music, and we picked Lateran bells for his arrangement because he liked the sound. Cardinal Veliv, you and I stand in this church at this moment. I wonder if that is good or bad. Your Holiness, we must know immediately why the holy bells are ringing. No matter the reason, it is the responsibility of the church to explain why and how it happened. The envoys from the nations gathering in Laterano, all the attending representatives are now witness to this event. This could be an opportunity. Veliv, before the envoys, the Lateran bells ring for the first time in millennia. This portends change. We must come together and prepare for the future. What about the Tower of Revelations then? We have waited long enough. Let's get to work. Guide, do you know this was going to happen? What exactly is Cecilia? She's mixed race, but is there some other secret about her? Of course not. She's a Cecilia that both you and I know. She may come from a unique background, but there is no secret to her. It's just that perhaps Laterano itself is thirsting for change, and Cecilia, she just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Or perhaps she is actually the one who will end the 1,000-year conflict between the Sarkaz and Sancta. And so revelation came and the bells sang. Of course, it could also just be a misunderstanding, a coincidence, kind of black humor in the course of history. But we both know that the truth is never what's actually important. No matter what, this is an opportunity. If I have to say, it might even be proof that we were actually blessed. The church is most likely putting all their attention on the envoys in the Tower of Revelations right now. We'll pave the path forward for you. You only need to walk it. Anyway, the bells have started to ring. The bells belong to a child who is about to begin her journey. Oh. You sound very relaxed. You've made your decision. My decision has never changed. Even if you must give up everything. Even if I must give up everything. Is there any meaning in this? Meaning does not exist for nothing. All our choices merely conceive it, mold it, and give it the chance to descend upon us. I get it now. I hope you'll find your peace. What you just said goes against our original goal. All men are cornerstones, and the roads that we lay are paved for those who follow us.
I must see His Holiness right now.
Good night, Salvador. His Holiness is praying right now. No one can see him.
What?
Please understand.
An explosion?
Probably another one of the people's pranks.
No, the explosion came from the Envoys village. We stopped handing out approvals for explosive activities there. Good night, Salvador. The Envoys village is under attack and there have been multiple fires and explosions all across the city. It's the Astray. They can't sit still now the holy bells have sounded, can they? There are Arknights stationed in the Envoys village, but after the ambush and explosion started, the Envoys started demanding more Arknights to protect them. Understood. Damn it, why now of all times? Cardinal Velev.
The bells of the Tower of Revelations are ringing. It's the holiest moment in Lateran history. We even get to share this with the first summit of nations and the envoys of all the lands. How joyous. Yet the heretics' remnants are taking the opportunity to sow chaos. They plot to disrupt a conference and overshadow Laterano's radiance. Good night, Salvador. At the order of the Apostle himself, the Pope, we are to go to the envoys' village and defend them alongside the good knights there, thus ensuring the Summit of Nations will commence as planned. I will accompany you.
Very well. Your Eminence, if I may. I'm sure you've noticed as much, but the energy that's surging from the Tower of Revelations...
Watch your words, Reverend Good Knight. That is glory itself.
Lord, did he do this?
Maybe.
You're still going to cover for him?
Fiametta, come here. What for? Come here. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I said the other day. Let go of me. Not until you forgive me. I am mad at you. There's something else I'm even angry about. And it might just be me. I want you to trust me on one thing, Fiametta. If he really wanted to do harm to Laterano, I'd never forgive him. Then what is it he's trying to do? Maybe he's just asking a question. Of who? His Holiness. What is he asking him? A question that the Sancta must never ask. You can't be more specific? I'm not entirely sure myself, you see. This question has probably been bothering him deep in his mind for a long time. He hasn't ever told me about it. I've just got a hunch. But it's true. What happened 8 years ago has something to do with the question. Wait, so Mustima, you knew about this? Of course not. I'm not leveling. You might understand him. Me, though? I didn't think he was worthy, that's all. If you ask me, he's a poor little guy. I have something more important to take care of, so let's just leave it at that. It feels like you're tickling me off even more than leveling. You and I are different. I did everything I could. And you? I'm guessing you would probably rather it was me, right? Well, then what else do you know? Tell me. I thought you didn't want to hear any of it. I have to hear to find out.
Cecilia Laporta, by order of the Apostle himself, the Pope, I am here to protect you.
Because the bells started ringing. Are they ringing because of me?
I cannot say. Please follow me to the Basilica at once.
It's okay, Mr. Hazel. Don't worry. Let's go.
So, I mean, I guess we're about to go and find out. But are we? Are we going to allow her to go? Because now with the bells ringing, it's basically confirmed that she's going to just be, that she's going to be okay. Like no harm is going to befall her because she's supposed to be like a new saint or something like that, or the reincarnation of a saint. I don't really know how Laterano religion works. I don't even know what Laterano religion is based off of. I mean, I can have guesses, but I'm not really sure. My guess is basically solely based on the fact that they have a pope. Okay. I believe I have enough. Yes, I have enough. Okay. Please, streamer lock come through. I'm going to take that as a no. That sounded pretty light. Or apparently my ears just don't work, or maybe these headphones are balanced differently or something like that. And it's rainbow, boys! Let's go! I'm pretty sure rainbow means it's specifically a banner, right? I'm pretty sure rainbow means it's a banner. I could be misunderstanding that mechanic, but every single time I've seen a rainbow, it's been something that's been on the banner, on like the front of the banner. And here's the 5-star. Kazimaru!
Rhodes Island branch operator Kazimaru. Aboard from today on.
She was present in the in Golden Glow's story. Spark in the Dark. I actually, at this point, if she's not here, I don't know if she's even going to pop up. I don't actually know what she does though, so I'm interested to see what her stuff is. Okay. Yes. Let's go. Let's freaking go.
You need a code name? Just call me Fiametta. I've had enough of those code names my bosses keep giving me.
Let's go. Yes. Sorry, that may have been a bit loud. Let's go. I don't care about the rest. I literally got both of them. Heck freaking yeah. Nice. Streamer luck. Streamer luck. Alright. Check out you first. Oh, you're a doll keeper.
Vapor comes life. Yeah, Dogkeeper means swaps to a substitute. When substitute is summoned, it will deal 150% of its attack as arts damage to its enemies surrounding 8 tiles. Interesting. Just offensive recovery, which means every 5th attack increases the attack of the next attack to 200% and sacrifices 10% of this unit's HP. I see. Does that decrease as we go on? No, it just increases the amount of attack. I was going to say, you should be somewhat cheaper. Penelope Rollins, Kiki, and Mariko Honda. Female, Higashi, 9 years of combat experience. No, not infected. I like all your little origami ones. Alrighty, let's see what other stuff do you have. Increases that to 225%. Immediately sacrifices, after 30 seconds, it allows a 20-second skill that immediately sacrifices 50% of the unit's current HP, gaining 50% attack and summoning a substitute on a surrounding melee tile to assist in combat. Interesting. So it's going to do an instant bit of damage, and then it's going to not only increase her own attack, it's also going to summon a substitute that can help attack as well. I no longer have enough stuff to go and build her, so it's going to have to wait, unfortunately. But you! I'm talking to you, little bug. Get out of here. I'm going to deal with you real heckin' soon. Oh, I'm so happy. Miko Orikasa Shamanzu Chu, I think that's how it's pronounced. Again, I am so freaking sorry if I am mispronouncing any of these names. And then Ina Mary Smith. Laterano, Libery, no infection, 4 years of combat experience. You already have a story that's ready. Of course, we need to upgrade you first. You go. I sworn I just saw it land. Yes. Continually loses HP over time, but cannot drop to 0 as a result of this effect. When above 50% HP, this unit gains Vigor, increasing attack by 15%, and the effect is doubled above 80%. Interesting. And you also have a module. Increase attack by 20 and doubled over 80. Okay. Instead of 15. New skill, fire, range up, of course. Fires scorching bullets that leave incendiary marks at fixed distances as they travel. The bullets explode upon reaching maximum attack range, dealing 200% physical damage and causing incendiary marks to explode in sequence, dealing 100% physical damage. And your current skill, we of course can't see this yet. I'd have to go and upgrade. Attack range +1, attack plus 30% for 30 seconds. Okay. Oh, right, I don't have any materials. Actually, that being said, I also don't have any of those. Oops. I was totally 100% prepared. But I got her, and I will be building her. Eventually. Interesting, though. We don't gain this until Elite 2. This one's also very interesting. This is HP over time. Very, very interesting. I won't be adding them in, unfortunately, because I literally don't even have enough to get them to freaking E1. So we'll just continue on as it is right now. E1 level 60. Oh boy. Now we're starting to get a little bit tougher. Light and shadow. He feels a ridiculous, unbearable anger. A vastly bewildering emptiness. Yeah, Some of these guys are nowhere near close. Kind of want to swap some of them out so I can start trust farming on the other ones, but I can't swap out too many. Because half these guys I'm already trying to get trust on. I think I can swap out Executor. Library. There you go.
Less dawdling. Come on.
And then I can probably go and swap out... Yeah, because you're already max trust. It's going to take me a while to get there no matter what, so... Is it last one? Yep, there we go. Dollkeepers are last.
I'll see to the roll I should.
There we go. Cool. Okay. Not that any of this is really going to be a successful trust farm, but, you know. Not that I really know how to trust farm in general. It feels so lively today. Is it because the conference is about to start? Maybe. There are explosions everywhere. Everyone's so excited. Yeah, that's why. Hey, what the hell? Is that an Executor and a Legatus? What's going on? A parkour competition? This sounds like fun. Why don't you join in? Let's go. Let's see if we can catch up with them. Ah, yes, because that's going to end well. It should be far enough. Sounds like it isn't. You're a stubborn one, ain't you, Federico? As are you. I thought you didn't have a mission. Are you practically... I thought you didn't have a mission. Aren't you practically on vacation? I don't get it. There's a reason you can't get off my case. What did I ever do to offend you? My last mission was in Siracusa, to cover the personal effects of a local sancta. Among them was a notebook. In it he wrote that he once saw a female sancta come in contact with a male sarcos. Alright, I can see why you'd look into that. Well, what does that have to do with me? I'm decidedly male, in case you can't tell. Followed all the leads I had found to the Sancta woman's address. 7265 Via Servatius, Pagus Stavonis. And when you made it there, you found that she'd already passed away. That is correct. You had no choice but to keep following her tracks, and then you found she'd been taking suspicious trips, and that she always contacted a specific Legatus before she checked on her gurneys. This is good. This is very good. And here I thought I gave myself away in Victoria or left some evidence after I talked to Anduin. Never would I have thought it was because I held Peoria out of the goodness of my heart. This might just be some kind of fate. Are you done musing? Federico, if my hunch is correct, you probably can't feel what I'm feeling right now. Yes. No. Yes. And I do not care. The emotions of those I arrest are not my concern. Does that mean you care about the feelings of anyone you're not arresting? No. You and I are the same. Neither of us cares for empathy. Though I see it, we could be great friends. Actually, I think Laterano could use more people like you. Someone who doesn't let their empathy get to them. Always doing things by the book. I don't disagree. Perhaps I could pay you a visit in the penitentiary after your trial. We could discuss it more. So that's your reason, Orin. Well, here comes the worst of my troubles. Why must an honest-to-God good guy like me be blessed with such rotten luck? Good day, Cardinal Vela. Good day, Executor Federico. The Seventh Tribunal will handle the traitor from this point forward. Vittorio Hall's involvement is concluded. Send a copy of your report to this matter to both the 7th and 1st Tribunals. This is my authorization code. Confirmed. In accordance with all relevant regulations. So, would you like to go back to your vacation or join me in arresting the Astray? It's up to you.
Vel, has anyone ever heard Federico say goodbye to anyone?
You could stop trying to cozy up to me.
I thought you were here to help me. If you were here to arrest me, you could have waited until Federico was done, right? It's possible that he couldn't take me, but that wouldn't mean you had to send him home, right?
I simply realized that you might be more useful than I expected. When I read Federico's report, I thought you were just Anduin's helping hand. It looks like you're not as much of an imbecile as I thought.
I'm honored.
Cecilia's existence is a threat to Laterano. You don't want this threat to be wiped away, not because you want to see it executed, but because you want to use it to make a deal.
It really makes my heart ache, you know? It's such a windfall, but no one's trying to touch the pile of money. I'm the most faithful to Laterano a man can be, honestly. You know that, Veliv. I'm His Holiness's biggest supporter. His ideals, anyway.
You don't agree with the way he does things, correct? Like this conference, for example. You don't think there's any point to it?
And you think there is? What do you know about Victoria these days? You wouldn't understand just how close we are to war. At a time like this, His Holiness put up all the political capital he accumulated over the last couple decades. Even though we managed to get most of it to countries to bend, the Arknights who showed up, they don't have any weight. In a more peaceful times, maybe we could use this as a foundation to slowly pave our way forward.
Okay. There we go. Just get the mouse a little bit on the screen. Just barely.
But we don't live in peaceful times. There's no time for us to dilly-dally around if we actually want to see his ideals put into practice. I saw a lot of even dirtier moves in Victoria with my own eyes. I won't say it's the right way to do things, but if the right thing doesn't get us to the finish line, tell me, would you rather be a woman of integrity?
You know, usually aren't this talkative in situations like these. What are you waiting for?
Actually, I just changed my mind. Oh. After traveling out there for so long, I'm buying less and less into the idea that songs are special. We've got the empathy thing. We feel what we feel. That's it. What just happened, though? Even I have to admit, I felt something ancient and primal, and it originated in my heart. Moreover, we got ourselves a trump card. All those envoys are gathered here in Laterano. We are blessed with a miracle. What does that mean? What could it mean? Still a lot for us to do, isn't there?
I think you might be mistaken about one thing. There's no place for the Summit of Nations during troubled times. I suggest you look at this from the other side. That said, I think you have the right idea about one point. There are certain things that His Holiness can't do himself. And I also don't think there's any harm in having a backup plan. Hey, Mandorin, I do have a use for you. Come out, Patia. At least you still have some sense in you. And your Sarkaz friends aren't running around the city joining in on the commotion. One of the envoys saw the Sarkaz actively sabotaging the Summit of Nations in Laterano. Things wouldn't end nearly as well. What are you trying to say? Anduin is on his way to the Basilica, isn't he? What do you know about him? I've got no reason to tell you, Patia. Before I go settle my score with him, I need you to stop the stupid, annoying little tricks. Your people may still have some sense in you, and you weren't actually trying to sabotage the Summit of Nations. I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Things don't always go the way we want them to. Oh, so now it's your turn to convince me? Just a little advice. You don't want to take it? There's no feathers off my plumage. Fiametta, tell me, what are you thinking? What else could I be thinking? I'm doing my job. Settling the score. It's not that complicated. Why did you leave the Pontifica cohorts 8 years ago? You don't get to leave the city. The Notorial Hall does. What's the matter? Why ask about that? I don't know what you're brooding about. Maybe you put your hopes on me for something. But I don't really get your whole thing about Laterano and Liberes about. And I couldn't care less about it. The human I trusted betrayed us. One of my friends got hurt because of it, and another got exiled. There might even be traitors who have eyes on them because of it. I made this mistake once, and I won't let it happen again. I'll protect them. It's as simple as that. And I'm not going to apologize if that doesn't fit within your fantasies. Don't get cocky, Mustima. Same position, wouldn't you do the same? You're right, I would. It's true. I've got a fantasy. So what if it's a fantasy? Fantasies, ideals? If I didn't change things I once believed in, I wouldn't have made it this far. Maybe I'm too naive to entrust others with my ideals. But I have no regrets. I don't get you. That's why I'm not going to back down, even if everything I'm doing seems stupid and annoying to you. It's my mission, and I will see it through to the end. If you want to stop me, you'll have to take me down. Alright, talk to you. Uh-oh. Gosh, that's a lot. Where do these stairs go? Oh, they go in there. Okay. How in the world am I gonna do this? Oh boy, I may actually need to go and pull out the big guys for this. So we're gonna do.
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
アーツユニットチャージ中。
Those units hold me ammo. Attacks become long range to prevent the target from attacking or healing for a period of time. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not nice. How am I gonna deal with this?
私についてきて。永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。
鮮血が武器を染め戦場を沸き立たせる。
I'll do my best.
Oh, quite rude, all of you. That should do it. Ah, right, because this has 0 defense. Oh, that's not good.
こんにちは。そしてさよなら。
医療プロセス。
ボルノーキリステン。
Because they all got the SP and they all stopped me from regenning stuff.
たくあんず反抗症状。
You are all quite annoying, you know that? Fortunately. Wait, where's the... oh. Oh, geez. Okay. How about you don't?
Hello, friends. What are we talking about?
Just gonna install.
My friends, I implore you to reconsider. Is there really no room for negotiation?
No, you don't.
This battle is by no means out of animosity.
No, not you. You. Okay, we're good. You better not walk in there. You little... Okay, I think it may actually be time for me to simply just break out the big one.
作戦行動中に問題が発生しました。
Clearly.
システムを再起動してください。
They decided to bump up the difficulty. Okay, let's go with the base one. Not exactly what I want. Do this.
Very well.
Oh my gosh, I'm a freaking idiot. Okay. Here I am trying to prepare for the other ones. Trying to do all these weird mind games with what to do in the other half of the freaking map that I'm not paying attention to the simple stuff. I'm gonna place Hoshi up there. With the ability to resist damage, it means that she'll ignore some of the effects. Of course, it's purely by chance, but, you know. She's tanky enough that if it does so happen to slip by, it's fine. Ah, not enough.
Not one step backwards.
I'm just gonna do a little bit of this.
Acknowledged.
Can't place anything down there, so they're just gonna get basically infinite ones. Unless I, of course, get rid of them. Maybe it was enough.
What are you planning?
Not quite enough.
What are you planning?
Should open up in just a second. There we go.
Target. Lock on.
This is Chen. Don't force my hand.
What are you planning? Thy please falleth upon
There we go.
deaf ears.
There we go. Was it as clean as it could possibly be? No, not at all. But it worked. Boss fight, I can only assume, is going to be real messy. That's enough, Patya. It's not over. Patya, right? Most of all the gun knights have been reassigned to the Envoy's village. Your mission is over. I don't really get it, though. It's not like Anduin doesn't know the most powerful guy in Basilica is. Why the whole charade? He probably wanted to make sure he got an audience with His Holiness. We're actually listening to Lemoine? This has nothing to do with that. He's free to settle his score. That doesn't mean I'm letting him get away. Sure. Shall we get going? Once we get Patya settled in. Right. How should we face this revelation? These mysteries, indescribable moments, these ambiguous yet to be explained urges, these unascribable esoteric intuitions. Where will it lead us? What kind of choice does it want us to make? Or perhaps this is merely a hallucination caused by the fatigue of life. But revelation is called as such only because we willingly believe in it or were told to believe in it. We could even say that if we knew it to be absolutely temporal, if we deconstructed it into ice-cold objective logic, regrettably man will still shine a spiritual light upon revelation. Thus, when this cruel reality befalls us, the cowards can point fingers at the ambiguity of revelation, while the devout can repent their insufficient understanding. In any case, we can at the very least ascertain that we ourselves are not the root cause of everything. Anduin, I was expecting you. You don't seem surprised at all. I can't say this was the result of any particular manipulation. The greatest lesson that I've learned in life is that people always cross paths, no matter their intention. But in the end, we all have our own goals. The Guardian, the Keeper, and Executor of the most supreme law. The 11th man to take the name, the Evangelista, the patron saint of sacrifice and unity. And to stand atop the Lateran Curia as the Apostle and His Holiness the Pope. Why recite all these titles you do not believe in? The girl does not remain in your grasp. She's still young. There is much for her to experience. Yet we are old. So old that we know our way around conspiracy, political machination, and internal strife. What will you do now? Will you use this fine gift you spent decades preparing on her? I'm not foolish enough to stand in a young girl's way. Even if she triggered some kind of miracle? No, this miracle is Laterano's. It belongs only to Laterano. God's grace has fallen upon us. There is nothing more to it. Do you enjoy history? I love history. For history to become history, you generally need an origin point. And when some kind of variable is introduced to stir up the water and form ripples, those ripples are mystery. What is the object that was thrown into the water in the first place, then? Perhaps history does not care about it. And neither do I. The girl called Cecilia will go where she wants and do what she wants. Someday in the future, perhaps the name Cecilia will be known far and wide. It could also remain forever in obscurity.
But that has nothing to do with you or me. It has nothing to do with the both of us. We have a mutual understanding regarding that, do we not?
You make yourself sound like a kind of grandfather sending his granddaughter away. This is nothing more than you getting what it is that you seek. Now you get to explain this miracle. In exchange, Cecilia earned the right to leave this place. This cannot be called a trade. She never had the right to choose.
No, I never wanted to do anything to her. Laterano has stood for millennia, and neither should it, nor shall it ever waver for a mere mixed-blood child.
I only hope that apostles before and after you feel the same way. Those expunged names were not erased for nothing.
We cannot ask for too much. Sins shall always be sins. Only time can wear them down.
It wears them down to the point that no one remembers they were once sins.
We cannot cast blame on our forebears' cautiousness. However, neither shall I accept those sins in order to cover them up.
As long as our mutual understanding stands, am I right?
As I said, it's very boring to grow old. Thanks to all the things that we experienced in the past, we were always fearful, on the fence about just about everything. The old don't have the luxury of possibility, Anduin. We have no choice but to continue down the path that was already laid.
The path that was already laid.
That goes for you too. I know of your journey.
My journey? Right. I once journeyed, and I heard the purest of prayers and the most vicious of curses. I stepped into sumptuous palaces and plucked my shoes out of bloodstains. I saw shameless sinners beg for mercy, and I closed the simplest of caskets on innocent children. It was always the same. Their cries died down, and their tears always dried up, and I always stood there right next to them, attempting to comfort them. I told them that salvation would come, as long as we believed. But no, nothing ever happened. Not even the briefest passing glance. The holy city of Laterano has weathered every storm that came its way. How would a saint sitting in his own soft armchair in the Sancta, know only to sing the praises of their own dignity, know that there exists hardship in the lands beyond? All the hopeless penances, withered consolations, and deafening silences. Do you know how heavily silence weighs on my heart? I seek only an answer. We will never find salvation.
Salvation? I often hear this word from the faithful, as though a sort of incomprehensible accidents, as though an ark that will rescue all the drowning. Behold our grand and glorious Lateran city. It is so splendid and magnificent, solemn and refined, with the perpetual aroma of vanilla and sugar wafting in its air. All of this is a reward for abiding by the laws. All of this is our proof of salvation. Yet this paradise is only a paradise because of the harshness of the wastes beyond.
Could have been a star in the barren lands. A torch in the cold night. Don't you dare say I'm wrong. Laterano is not some ancient concept that floats only in scripture. It stands right here and now. Laterano can save everyone.
She cannot.
And why is that?
Because we are only us. Because we are the Sancta of Laterano. And they are not us. They conceal, they become disillusioned, they consign, they become disappointed, they struggle, and they hate. They themselves mold and shape their own enemies, a man-eating monster of both lust and disgrace, with flames of destruction hidden in its heart. Why do you think these lands have seen countless dynasties and nations come and go in the flames of war, while miraculous Laterano has withstood the test of time? Anduin, they are the Inferno itself. And you chose to leave us. You left behind the virtues that shaped us under their stubborn belief that your water could extinguish the flames of Inferno, that your candle could illuminate the night. Why seek my answer? You chose despair for yourself long ago. 3 times have I visited Laterano. For the rest of my life, I have wandered the lands beyond. I've met many men and women, and I do not need Lateran Pope to tell me how dark their hearts can get. Yet there is also a ray of light in them, a radiant, blinding light that I can never forget. That I will never forget. I was set ablaze by the light. Perhaps the fire is destined to be extinguished by the moment it is first lit. But I can never again return to the eternally radiant Laterano. Yet this perpetual radiance is cold and distant. Laterano's light shines only on a select few, and its might exists only to project this image of fabricated glory. In that case, I would rather be the torch that burns by the feet of those who are freezing to death, even if its flame will soon be extinguished. And Owain, flames are destined to be extinguished. You seek to turn this perpetual light into a flame, and the flame will meet its fate one day. When that happens, there will be no more light, not even a cold, distant one. If you shatter the twin moons in the sky, then those struggling in the cold night will do so in darkness, left only to close their eyes. Light will ultimately become a fantasy, a lie of a dream. Would you call eternal night a kindness? You despise the small size of this paradise. Do you know how hard it is for a small paradise upon these lands? You scorn its small size, but have you ever considered that there are those who try to live an honest life? What right do you have to turn this paradise to tinder for that wildfire of yours, destined to be put out? This world is hostile to beauty. To allow this beauty to persist forever, do you know how much the Lateran people, countless Laterans, generations of Laterans, have had to sacrifice? And Owain, who are you to so handily deny all this with a few trivial words? Preposterous. There are those trying to live an honest life in Laterano, but does that somehow make the lives of those outside any less real? They hold out hope despite their hardships. They follow the scriptures and the laws. They believe they can change their lives, and they look forward to the rewards for their hard work. Mrs. Balin from the rock salt in the sundry store, the Golandi of the tidal chapel, and a Sangre, who ties the ropes on their bells. Tell me, is there anything wrong with their faith, with their hope? Tell me, O great and glorious apostle, Pope Evangelista Justia, the 11th, great protector of our paradise and defender of history. Why did Rocamera deserve to be destroyed? Answers. Questions. So this is the answer that I sought. So this is the question that I wanted to ask. Something has come loose. Something that once had me tied up for so long. Something is roaring, struggling. I feel only at ease, as though I'm bathing underneath the salifferous sunlight. The gunshots ring out almost at the same time. The law is carved into each sancta's flesh and blood, and one must pay a price to break it. I knew that. There was a bottomless abyss beneath my feet. I've taken that step already. A great force slams me into the wall, and the sculpted relief presses into my bones, with the statue behind me crumbling into the ground. There's no question that it was the strength of a patron firearm. Yet, though Evangelista's the 11th, the body is old and frail, he is far stronger than he seems. However,
I try my best to open my eyes and make out his figure amongst the smoke and dust. The old man is still standing in the middle of the basilica, but there is no longer a smile on his face. He looks even older than he did when I stepped into this place. The halo above his head shines as bright as ever. The law in our flesh and blood, the painful price to pay. Price. And I realize what the real question here is. The halo above my head is not glowing any darker than it used to.
I see. Because you and I came out of this unscathed. What a surprise. It's worthy of celebration, though.
I was prepared to pay the price.
You're a pious follower, Anduin. Perhaps that is because you were not born in Laterano. In Laterano, we don't believe in our faith, do we? We live as part of faith itself. We sought to have been its prisoner ever since the moment the halos above our heads started to glow.
What exactly is the law that we, the Sancta, believe in? What exactly does it mean to fall?
Throughout Laterano's long history, each apostle has had the authority to interpret the commandments and derive from them new rules and decrees, even placing them above all others. Laterano is built upon this law. All Sancta know, violate the rules, the commandments, or the laws, and you must pay the price. The fallen Sancta are no longer connected to all the other Sancta, but patron firearms reject them. Fallen Sancta are no longer Sancta.
What is a Sancta?
The Sancta cannot point his firearm at another Sancta. That is a commandment. It is also our instinct. It's like how a man cannot bring himself to take a step forward off the edge of a cliff. Of course, there are those who can. It seems to me you have more than earned the right to speak to that end.
What makes me different from her?
I told you the commandments are instinct. I told you the commandments are interpreted. Surely a man of your intellect can tell those statements are mutually exclusive.
The law was constant, and the interpretations that were added over time throughout our ever-changing history could never have been instinct.
Correct. But you are calling the wrong premise into question. The law is naturally constant, but our interpretation isn't really as ever-changing as you were making it seem. Interpretation isn't a coincidence, Anduin. Do you understand?
You said the old don't have the luxury of possibility.
The law is much older than either of us. The apostle does not interpret the law interprets itself. Why do you think the law is capable of this? Take a look at these. Oh, my apologies. I made such a mess here. These structures, statues, stained glass, the exquisite domes and frescoes around us. Do they seem like they have constructed a particular illusion for us? Do you recall the revelation?
If we knew it to be the absolutely temporal, if we knew, even if we deconstructed it into ice-cold objective logic,
regrettably man will still shine a spiritual light upon it. There's only ever been one true law. We are to continue our existence.
who are we?
Follow me.
I follow the old man into the depths. Everyone knows that the saints of old are buried beneath the basilica. They're the most knowledgeable and outstanding men and women in Laterano's long history. Their brilliant marble statues have no eyes, rendering them blind to those who pass by. We head down. deal ever counting the achievements of our past popes lie in our path. Among them were the conceited, the noble, and perhaps even the crazed. Not a single one of them ever allowed Laterano to be besmirched. Now they stand here in silence. We head down. This is where the oldest of the saints lie. They were the ones who plucked the Sancta out of chaos. They were the embodiment of all the virtues of mankind. All those who came after merely imitated them. The nameplates on which their miracles are described are dim and lightless. We head down. I do not know where I am. For as far as my eyes can see, nothing here has ever been mentioned in any texts or literature. I cannot understand any of this. It should not be a part of Laterano. A low humming sound fills the entire space around us. Strangely, I find myself flustered by all this. It's not the answer that I sought. It is not something man is capable of establishing or interpreting. It's not something that interpretations, analysis, debates, or reforms could influence. It is not a matter of whether or not you believe in it, why you believe in it, or how you believe in it. After all, this is an undisputable existence. In such a manner, it exists. What is Laterano? What are Sancta? Let's see. We are us only because it links us all together. It molds us. It is the criterion upon which all things are based. The path you and I follow is paved by law. The paths you and I have trodden both lead to the same destination. It allows you and I to continue making our way forward. This is the path it has deemed as correct. Also, welcome. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. I tune which all things are based. Yes, welcome. Sorry, I got really into the cutscene. I didn't want to break away. Oh man. We exist because we chose it to be, essentially. Man. Oh boy. I never chose this, I can't get mad. Oh boy. I take it this is a boss, huh? I want a refund. Excuse me? I never wanted to exist. Can I refund it? Dang it, I missed the bug. Thought I had him. Oh, don't see him. Darn it. It's on my screen and I just barely missed him. Okay. Bug is chosen to exist, and I would like a refund on that. You know, the enemy scarier than the bear is the bug on my monitor. Yeah. Here we go, though. Assuming this is the boss, Shadow and Ash. When accumulated obsessions in the past burning fury collide, he comes to an answer. Three places for them to come out. There are steps for the bottom row to come in. I'm assuming the boss will walk along that bottom path. Come out the left side. So I'm assuming enemies will just kind of fill their way in, just kind of bit by bit. Assuming the boss will take this path along here, go to the stairs, hop out there, probably go along here, go up in there, come out through there. We got 3 gelato stops. Okay. Let's see how the story ends. It was a small Iberian town. One that you can't even find on a map or in history books. When people still lived there, it was called Rocamera. The bishop of Rocamera raised a young Sancta. Sancta growing up here, learning here, and living life to the fullest. This was a humble and barren place, well suited for the asceticism of pious life. Except after the profound silence, life in Iberia was always fragile, no matter how hard people worked. One plague, one famine, one premeditated infiltration was all it took to bring everything crashing down. To save the hometown that, at the same time, was not his hometown, the Sancta arrived in the holy city of Laterano to ask for any amount of support. The answer he received was simple. You are one of us, but they are not. The Sancta returned to Iberia. That hometown had disappeared. Everything had been completely smoothed over, erased, as if it never existed at all. Like a grain of sand disappearing into the desert, or a drop of water dissolving into the tide. After a long journey, the Sancta returned to Laterano, an emancipated, lost soul. He went to the chapel to seek a canonized bishop, in search of answers or guidance. But even the canonist can only remain silent in the face of such great doubt. On the pew he sat, remaining there from dawn to dusk. Fiametta. That was the first time I met Anduin. I see. Forget it. I'll pay for it myself. The repairs here cost too much. We'll just have to cut back on the afternoon tea and sweets. Your Holiness, I heard the sound of fighting coming from the Basilica. Are you alright? What? You were attacked by heretics. I'm sorry, I failed in my duties. Fret not, Paulario. Did you forget who won the Basilica's last arm wrestling tournament? Okay. You did. I was just exercising my wrist a bit. It ended up causing a bit of an accident. The unrest within the city has already subsided. The Pope's kind of ripped. Yes, they've dispersed. I didn't even get a chance to grill. Excuse me, can I come in? My apologies. Your Holiness, I'm making a fool of myself. What I meant was, the ones you asked for are here. Please come in, my children. Interesting. His name's the Pope. Instead of what it was before. It's no longer his real name, it's back to the Pope. Salutations, Your Holiness. Good day, Your Holiness. I am Cecilia. Ah, welcome. You'll have to forgive me for the mess here. It's being official, yeah. As for you two, what sweets do you like with tea? Do you need me to make something? Let me think. Maybe add a few cubes of sugar into your teacup. Diesel, perhaps you should add a few more. Some sweetness will mellow out your nerves. Yes. Your Holiness, if I wanted to leave Laterano, would you let me go? If I said no, would you obey me? Maybe not. Then go. Your Holiness? I'm just a poor old man whose greatest wish is to spend the rest of his life
in a soft rocking chair. How can I muster the effort to manage a young girl's travel plans?
But Cecilia is...
Is what? Do you think she's some hybrid of an angel and a devil? A saint who will usher in the revelation? Cecilia is just a little girl who wants to go outside and see the world, is she not? You're still carrying your mama's guardian gun, right?
Ah, I'm sorry, should I leave it with Mr. Easel? But...
It's fine, my child. The acquisition of a patron firearm is a solemn affair. It's supposed to require a grand ceremony, the presence of a guardian, the approval of a mentor, as well as lots of troublesome paperwork. But you aren't even of age to obtain a guardian gun. So, just take it with you quietly.
Is that really okay?
I wouldn't dare call this my boon to you. Each and every gun is a valuable asset to Laterano. But, if this is the only keepsake a child has of her mother, I'm sure no one could oppose that. Take it with you, my child. You may not have the physical ability to pull the trigger and take out a bad guy, but it will always remind you that wherever you go, your journey began in Laterano.
Okay. Thank you, Your Holiness.
Easel, go with her. Call it your long-term field mission. Just remember to stop by every now and then.
Do I really have the right to do that?
Of course you do. This is not the choice that you were made.
I'll do everything in my power to fulfill this mission.
Look after Cecilia well. Alright, now be on your way. Time waits for no man. When you get to be my age, all you think about is taking your next nap.
Mr. Pope, I promise to follow this path to the very end.
Oh? In that case, I will pray for you.
Your Holiness, are you satisfied with this outcome?
I got to enjoy some sweets with them. I am satisfied with that.
He has left, just as you instructed.
Should I have kept him around a little bit longer? Maybe a piece of chocolate would have cheered him up.
Your Holiness, you're too soft-hearted.
No, Veliv. The dream of becoming torches in the cold night is doomed to failure. For all of us. But, serving a functionary cup of tea, that is something we can always do. This world is hostile to beauty. By those who reject this aborism find success. It is time for us to move on to our next task as well. Now that the riots have subsided, let us convene the foreign envoys. The revelation is clear. I will do what I must.
I often think back to what happened that night. At first, it was just an ordinary cleanup mission. Just another group of Sarkaz raiders. We tracked them down as they made their escape. Came upon the place. Unusual. Dang it, yet again, I just barely miss it. Unusual, but there are no signs of hostility. Only traces of those men locked in their own time. I received that emergency request for aid. I left you. I abandoned you. The distress signal wasn't from very far away. The round trip would be half a day at most. I even rushed back early. I remembered the mottled texture of the tiles underneath my feet. I remember the sensation of the cold rain falling on my face. I remember your black horns and your tightly closed eyes. And Anduin, who had gone missing. It was just a cleanup mission. It was just another cleanup mission. Why did it have to happen like that? Why did it all go wrong? I had never left. I had stayed there. I had been with you when none of that had happened. At least it wouldn't have been. By the time I had arrived, everything was set in stone. It couldn't be undone. It's an awful feeling. Truly, unbearably awful. The only thing I could do was watch. Should have been there to shoulder the burden alongside all of you. That's not true, Fiametta. You don't have to shoulder anyone's burden. No, that is my choice. I don't care what power he has, what power he was lusting after, what secrets he was trying to uncover, what answers he was trying to find. I don't care about his ideals, his lofty cause, who he redeemed, or who he guided. I will not forgive him. Not because of my beliefs, not because of Laterano, not because of the Pontifica cohorts, not even the time that I've lost. I will not forgive him because, Dwayne, you betrayed the people who trusted you. My old friends. How come you're here in one piece? How come even His Holiness can't? How come? How come you're asking me that again? The path was never there in the first place. What good does it do groping around in the nothingness? Is this your penitence? Penitence? No, I have nothing to repent. Where can I repent? There's no light, no path. Those who suffer must continue to suffer, and those who grieve must continue to grieve. There is no salvation, no paradise. This is Laterano. It's the only thing that belongs to us. The light has always been a lie. No, not a lie. It's real, but not as we wished. There has never been a light, let alone illumination. What are you blabbing about, Anduin? Have I given up? Why would I be here if I had given up? The barrier of the stick, how am I supposed to embrace them? How am I supposed to embrace them? Maybe I am nothing more than a swindler peddling false hope. I deceived myself into believing it. I don't understand. What is it? It's judgment. Where does it want me to go? Its very presence has already blocked my path. And where shall I find my path? And Dwayne, wake up! Look who's standing in front of you. Fiametta. Why are you losing your mind again? Where did your honey tongue go? Your righteous air? Have you lost your spine? How am I supposed to convict a husk of a madman? Take a good look at who's standing in front of you. I'm in Laterano, Fiametta. I am above the Basilica. I'm glad to see you all again. No, I'm not glad at all. Are you trying to get in the way? You still dare to get in my way? Apologize, Anduin. Right now, get on your knees and apologize to Mostima and Lemon. Do you think you did nothing wrong? I have made countless mistakes. You're still pretty damn smug, aren't you? God forbid. Listen up, Anduin. I don't give a damn what your beliefs are, nor do I care if all of your beliefs have gone to shit. The moon forgave you. Mostima forgave you. Evangelista the 11th forgave you. Even if all of Laterano forgives you, I will not. I'm so sorry, Fiametta. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. If I had the chance, I'd probably do the same thing all over again. I'm reading these in the wrong voice. I'm so sorry. Are you for real? You'd say that in front of Fiametta? Right now? You're not. Very good, Anduin. Take out your gun. You know that won't accomplish anything. You think I care about accomplishing something? I in Malam Suim. You think that if I kill you right here, Lumen gets 8 years of her life back? Or the Mostima gets a whole rest of hers? Picablo? Ego to Ed Irumabo. Accomplishing something? I want revenge for the sake of getting my goddamn revenge. Do you get that, Anduin? You're so completely obsessed, Fiametta. So what if I am? I'll say it one more time, Anduin. Take out your gun. Oh boy. Here we go. Cursing him out in Latin, yeah. I probably horribly butchered that, and I'm so sorry for it. Ready for the censored version for Twitch chat? Oh boy, is it really that bad? Oh gosh, I did not realize I was saying something that bad. Oh. The freaking music. Oh, this is good. Me likey. Okay, here he comes. Anduin the Martyr. Sparkle made an enemy of Laterano for the sake of asking a question. A pathfinder who trod the path of peril for the sake of receiving an answer. We have no idea what his abilities are. He has 5 SP or something. Oh my gosh. I did not realize I was saying something that bad. Okay, at the very least, you seem to take a decent chunk of damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a little something like... Oh, there that goes. So that bounces around, huh? Ah, boy. That's not pleasant. Yeah, she's angry. Yeah, understandably so, honestly. I'm going to place you here.
Very well.
And I'm going to place you here. Something a little bit risky here, and I know they're coming across from there, so I'm going to place you here. Okay, that's a bit rude, buddy. Let's have a little bit of that there. You can't be blocked? Excuse me? Well, that's a wee bit of a predicament. He do be walking though. He do be walking.
Yes, sir. Hanya. Unleash the rage your father.
Made the same mistake. I mean, it doesn't tell you that he can't be blocked.
Made up your mind?
I'm going to try and wait just a little bit longer. He's going to cross paths here again, and then we'll be able to get the full extent of it, I think. Made up your mind? I have, and it's to wait a little bit longer here.
What are you planning? The fool
Now.
is launching his gallantry.
no. Of course he has a phase 2. It would be way too easy if he didn't have a phase 2. What? Excuse me, what? What? What are you doing? Oh. Why are you still invincible?
Take them out fast.
There we go. That again. He doesn't seem to have that much health. Which is a blessing and a curse, of course. Of course. Oh, but he can be blocked now. No, he cannot. Never mind. He was just kind of sitting there for fun.
Ready to move.
Please don't hit her. Okay, okay, okay. Now.
Don't force my hand.
No, it wasn't quite enough. Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, so I can just miss now, hmm? Wonderful. Why?
What are you planning? Thy please falleth upon
There we go, he's gone. Oh boy.
安心してきっと大丈夫だから
たくあん納豆ご飯。
いい天気だね。
I don't like this. That's not good. That's not good at all.
アーツユニットチャージ中。
At least you have 2 block. Oh boy.
プログラム起動します。
主の祝福があらんこと。勝利か。鹿だ。
That's gonna hurt.
初期化完了しました。治療モード適用し
Yeah. I refuse. A foggy floor means you can miss, yeah. Beginning of the battlefield, foggy floor means you can miss. Squishy boy, yeah. I can't believe that's what got me. Okay, so
やっぱり私にはちょっとよくわからないな。
he puts that there when he does his big scanner attack. Okay. I think we'll go with this one more time. If not, then I have an alternate plan that's literally just basically solely dedicated to shredding him to bits as fast as physically possible. I'll try and make my DPS stuff a bit closer to the start.
マップと敵座標の DMA 設定を適用しています。
You know, this is where some of the trouble comes in, is I can't really use Scotty here. I still think this was the right idea, so I can just get everybody else along the sides here. Look at this.
Acknowledged.
Take them out fast.
Music is freaking sick, though. Oh my gosh, I hate that it bounces so much. Why does it bounce so much? Gosh, that is annoying. Bouncy gun, yeah. I should have placed you down a half second later.
What are you planning?
Okay. This is fine. I totally didn't goof up. Coming down here.
Step forwards.
Is the Rush gonna die? He might. And that's gonna just be a major goof on my behalf.
This is Chen. Ready to move. Jump!
It's not enough.
安心してきっと大丈夫だから
Anya will crush you.
I'm gonna do this again. I think this was a decent choice. At least now he placed a little foggy thing over there. And not now. I have not made up my mind. Not yet. Now I have.
Your mind? Art thou mine worthy enemy? Or are
Okay. Phase 2 begins.
すぐに着くから
I now remove you. I place you down here. Yep. Gosh dang it. Are you blockable? I'm assuming since things are hitting you, you are. Oh boy.
You want to hurt my friends. You have to go through my shield first.
I think I somehow did worse. I don't know how, but I did worse.
Take them out fast.
I hate how he's not blockable. That's so annoying. Just say overthinking, that's what usually screws me over after a close run. Yeah. Come on. Gosh, I hate this missing thing. It's so obnoxious.
This is Chen.
More. Come on. I freaking hate you. Why must you do this?
acknowledged?
Oh my gosh. Can't you just go away? Go away. Be gone. Goodbye. Yep.
Made up your mind? Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
If you want to hurt my friends, you have to go through my shield first.
Dang it. Okay. Freaking AoE attacks and unblockable. Two bullets are scary, yeah. I know Mia isn't really leveled up all that much, but she'll still deal true damage. And arts damage at that. Not quite. My run is kind of stupid, my onboard works, so it just kind of left it. I mean, honestly, in the end, that's what I'm trying to get. The only RNG-esque character that I have right now is Hoshiguma, because her ability to tank is slightly dependent. This is in Aurora, we're a little upset, fair. Okay.
Everyone, prepare for battle.
Again, I still think this is a good idea. They're tanky enough that they can take it, and they're just gonna keep on generating some DP. And honestly, Saga does decent damage. I thought them for one reason they couldn't do it, you know. So I think we go like this, and then maybe a little something like this.
Take them out fast.
One of you here. And then place you here.
Madame Chen's swordsmanship flows within this weapon.
Very well.
Okay, without the bouncy bullets, surprise, surprise, we end up doing a lot better.
One step forwards.
Made up your mind? Thy pleas falleth upon deaf ears.
This is Chen. Drop your weapon.
Okay, there goes the first.
Got it. Anya will crush you.
Don't really like this, but it's fine, I think. I am gonna need someone to tank around here a little bit, though. Oh my gosh, click on... Thank you. I'm gonna need you to step out of that little comfort zone you got there, buddy.
Anya here. Your thoughts, your arts, I can cut them.
Oh, it's so close. Mia, wrong guy, yeah.
Moving out.
This won't exactly be what we're looking for.
Yes,
It
sir.
may
You
work.
want to hurt my friends? You have to go through my shield first.
Pop him as he gets right through here.
What are you planning? The fool flaunting his gallantry.
He's done.
Breaches none with his vanity.
Gosh, we're lagging because of all of the particle effects. I am so sorry. Well, this is it. That's all we needed.
Yes, sir.
So much smoke. So much. Ah, we almost got the... we almost got the, whatchamacallit too. The, gelato shop. Obsession, was it? This is your obsession. What's wrong with a little obsession? I don't care if it's irrational, meaningless, or futile. When I make up my mind to do something, I do it. Why do you think we fight? Those empty platitudes of yours, do you think they weren't a form of obsession too? Why aren't each of us here if not for our own obsessions? The shot rings out. However, the target was not Anduin. Before he realizes it, his gun has left his hand. But he feels at ease. His gun will forever remain in Laterano. I missed him! Dang it! Thought I got him. Trying to fight a different kind of boss over here. Another one that refuses to just stop and stand still. Everyone misses. You may never say it, but how can you help but love Laterano? Those peaceful days, those joyful times, those happy moments. Because of this love, he has his regrets, guilt, shame, and doubts. He may never become a true Lateran. But in this moment, when he thinks about his gun, staying here forever, in this very moment, under the glare of the faces looking at him, a kind of peace floats to the surface like a bubble, then pops. He walked 10,000 miles on the path of faith and doubt, from one path to the next. He thought he was wandering the wilderness, far from his roots. Perhaps this was not true, in more ways than one. He whispered a word of gratitude. No one will ever hear it, not in the past, present, or future. But it was enough. Finally, I thought maybe you had dozed off. Come on, cut me some slack. Start finding a good sniping vantage point. Yo! Jedi Lemoon? Let's go! This is it, Anduin. Hands up. Out of obsession. Watch out. Does he still have enough strength left for arts? How can one find salvation alone? No, not salvation, but a life with dignity. You come before me because of your sense of justice. And I arrived here because of mine. It comes to myth, to obsession, to the ultimately futile crossing the path was always beneath my feet. Why do we place our hopes on salvation? What we have done is not for the sake of salvation, but to save ourselves. If you come to your senses, Anduin, and look me in the eye, I thought I was shooting a target dummy. I'll walk my own path, whether this is my mission or not. I must thank you, Fiametta. You're welcome. I'll be sure to tell your friends about this epiphany at your funeral. As for right now, you're afraid it's not yet time for that. I still have a use for him.
Someone blew up one of the support beams. We need to go. Ooh, the explosion was approved. I personally submitted the application and stamped it myself. Orin, why you... What are you doing, Orin? Is this what you came to do? Well, cat's out of the bag. Go away, Dwayne. I'll find you later. Fiametta, Nostima, perhaps we'll meet again. Whatsoever that may be, let us hold on to our obsession. For as you say, they are why we exist. Please, miss, I must ask you to come down from the signboard. I'll have to call the guards if you don't comply. But while we're at it, I just have to know. How on terror did you get up there with the wheelchair? Oh, man. Where there's a will, there's a way. That dust cloud. Another explosion? There's been too many of those lately. Suddenly seem more like a fireworks show than a conference. Excuse me, could you give me a hand? Sometimes it's easier to get up than to get down. How on terror did you just scale my building in a wheelchair? You must be joking. What's wrong with Laterano's crisis management? The explosion damaged my collection. I demand an explanation. Lateran bells are ringing for the first time in 1,000 years. This is prepared by His Holiness as a special welcome for us. Being with you barbarians is too much to bear. If not for my respect for His Holiness, I'd... Tell the cook to prepare dinner. I refuse to attend another Lateran banquet. Can these people really bring change? Most of them are opportunists at best. Yes, this is something that only Laterano can do. Laterano, the city of miracles, forever fair and just. Your Holiness, I will pray for us. Rare to see you so nervous, Value. I'm too old for parlor tricks. All I can do is keep walking as far as I can. I got the bug. Get out of here. Sick and tired of you. Finally. Second form scanning attack. It is ripped in half and smushed on my desk. I don't think it's coming back from it. Though, knowing how it's been over the last couple days, odds are there will be 5 more when I wake up in the morning. It hasn't been stability frames now. It's gonna feel like that tomorrow. There's gonna be like 20 of them. That's why I'm gonna go and build myself a little DIY trap. I'll go to my local store and see if they have stuff, if they actually have a trap, and if not, if they have stuff like apple cider vinegar or whatever that I can just go and build one myself with. That engineering degree to use. Your Holiness, the broadcast is ready. Cover yourself in vinegar. No, I don't want them on me. That's the whole point of why I'm building the trap. Thank you. Let my words and deeds honor my name and title. They're easier to catch that way? I guess you're not wrong. Kinda. Greetings, honored guests. I am Evangelista the 11th, and I welcome you on behalf of Laterano. We are facing a great challenge, one that threatens not just Laterano but all nations across Terra. As you know, our countries are built on the backs of nomadic cities. Indeed, the advent of such cities established the very concept of the modern nation-state. In the past, the state was simply a gathering of people of similar lifestyles,
put them together for safety in face of catastrophe. National borders were simply whatever lay within their sights. This all changed with the birth of nomadic cities. As is the human condition, conflict began to arise as these states interacted with each other. Perhaps even the word conflict is an understatement. I saw the fall of Gaul with my own eyes. The capital of the world fell overnight. Armored battleships went silent and the old vanguard of Gaul was reduced to ash. It was more than Gaul that fell that night. It was the fall of civilization itself. All the might of the Gaulish emperor and his legions could not save an empire that once stood proudly as the center of all lands.
Look, see, there's literally another one flying around. Are you kidding me? It just flew right in front of my face. You're right, it did have iframes. It just fucking resurrected itself. I'm sorry to interrupt that scene.
What then could possibly persevere our own civilization, that the people of Terra have painstakingly built, piece by piece, under the dark cloud of catastrophe? Laterano gave much for the war that engulfed the entire continent. Our messengers crossed both the wilderness and the royal courts, building Laterano's reputation. The Sancta heard your calls for peace. But our lands had seen too many shades of this so-called peace, dwelling in the dark corners of castles, palaces, and tents. We've seen the birth of secrets meant only to benefit a select few that lie in wait to undermine peace and order when least expected. The old wars of conquest may be a distant memory, but the place we have tacit understandings and secret dealings that determine the fates of lives and nations from out of sight. Today, though, the revelation has come. It is my hope that the process of building peace be transparent from the very start, that we will reject all secret agreements between the few. There are questions that anyone who does not cling to the past, anyone who is not concerned about the future of this land, should be asking. How do we ensure the survival of civilization? How many people are endangered when peace is threatened? What does safety for one country mean for the safety of other countries? Civilization is key to survival. Peace is something to be shared with others, not hoarded for oneself. As such, I call for the establishment of an accord of mutual assurance between nations. We have far more common interests than many would imagine. Terra must stand together or fall together. Evangelista the 11th speech on March 18th, 1099, later known as the Lateran Declaration, is quoted on the first page of every edition of the International Summit Handbook. And that's it. Oh, no, never mind, it's not it. Wait, or maybe... To quote Fiametta in the handbook. Yeah. I mean, granted, I said it, and I just assumed it was just like... just kind of a standard insult in another language. I did not realize it was that strong of language, and hopefully I mispronounced it so horribly that it doesn't actually come across as that. Oh my gosh, I can't... So the things they get away with in this game by simply just putting it in another language. Like, they're afraid to go and put it in the actual language that they're speaking. For example, you son of a mother. From, I think it's this month's IS2 monthly squad. To be honest, I would have probably said it again after I knew what it was.
I mean, to each your own. And again, I've said I would cuss. I usually don't. I don't cuss all that often. But if I'm reading a line, then I'm gonna say it because it's in character. It's Latin, no one speaks that anymore. You're good. I'm sure if my mother heard this stream, she would not be very happy with me. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Fair warning, we are about to witness the end of Guide Ahead. Mom speaks Latin? Not exactly, but she studied it for a few years. I'm sure she might be able to pick up on a couple of things. I don't know. Tell her what you learned. Something tells me that would not be a good idea. I missed him again. You're right, he did have the mist. Can't freaking hit him now. Where'd he go? Darn bug. Just flying around the room like he owns the place. Anyway, welcome, Giovanni. We're about to witness the end of Guide Ahead. So feel free to enjoy. I'm going to attempt to voice act it. I can't do very many voices. A normal player, I see. Fair enough, yeah. Video game last night, it had Latin, it went something like, oh no. I saw Dead Knight that way. No, but I skipped all the story. And that's fair. I mean, not everyone's into the story, and that's fine. To each their own. It's here for the gameplay. Fair enough. Well, in that case, I don't blame you if you leave. I appreciate you stopping by at the very least. Giving me a chance. Yeah, I'm no professional gamer by any means. But, if you want to stick around, see the ending of this, be my guest. I'm more than happy to have you here. If this isn't your kind of content, that's fine. I understand. And I hope you have a nice night or whatever you're here for. It's a good story because I'm afraid of how long it'll take, but I need to grind material. But I do love the story. Fair enough, fair enough. I've heard there's some people who go and play through the whole thing, and then they just go through the individual, like, the story just all at once. So they don't have the interruption of the actual battle. Which seems interesting, but I don't have... I don't know. In some cases it is pretty smart, but for me, I'm like, I know that I will get sidetracked if I read for that long. I need the battles to break it up every once in a while, otherwise I will get distracted. Although characters being enemies can change your opinion of them very early. Yeah, that I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. To each their own, right? Oh no, I didn't read the thing. Well, I always thought the cult leader was evil, but imagine if you trusted him, starting over from the ending would have you know that he's the bad guy. Yeah, exactly. I liked him at the start, and then he turned into the bad guy because he was like, by the way, I'm an extremist. And that's a big no-no. I liked what he was doing, but then suddenly he's like, I'm going to destroy the city. And that's like, why? No, stop. No. Don't do that. That is evil. Ending racism? That's good. Mad props to you. But destroying the city? Causing its little flame to become extinguished, as you put it? How much you don't? But no. Are you pulling flame? Oh, you missed it. I pulled her like. Let's see. I pulled her just after beating the sixth operation, the sixth battle. I got the sixth battle, and I knew I had enough prime for it. So I went and I was like, you know what? Let's go full streamer look. And it dropped, and it zipped it open, and there she was, right there, right next to Kazemaru. And that is all my reserves. I have nothing left. I have no certs to go and purchase more poles for. I have no more non-prime, Orundum or Arknight Prime. I'm a good guy, trust me. Slowly attempting to light a bomb underneath the city. Yeah, exactly. It's literally what he was doing. And at first, again, like at first, his whole grand speech thing, I was like, oh, very charismatic. I actually do like these ideals. And then he got into how he was going to do it, and I was like, I no longer like this guy. I can see why Fiametta is very mad at him. I was treating this like a holiday in Laterano. I never thought something like this would happen. Kyorig is a theocracy too, so why couldn't we have done this? He was mad at him? I wonder. Laterano is much more influential. The Gati were all a part of the Apostles' plan. See when this banner is saying for the two altars coming? Wait, two altars? I know Gavial. Who's the other altar? Wait, who's the other altar? Spectre. Oh. Gavial and Spectre. Okay. I didn't realize Spectre was the other altar. But Spectre first? Huh. Weird. I've heard so much about Gavial, I haven't heard much about a Spectre alt. Okay. Well, I guess we hope I can build up certs real quick. And, my annihilation stuff goes well. I don't know. When any conversation happens in Laterano. Alright, buddy. We simply don't have that sort of foundation. Influence, eh? It's only after leaving Kyorik that I learned how troublesome influence can be. Pretty amazing how Sion's... I still don't know how to pronounce Silver Ash's name. Enciotis? Go with that, sure. Until someone corrects me, it's Enciotis. Pretty amazing how Enciotis managed to negotiate with our neighboring countries all on his own. The Sanctus' influence is on the rise, too. We have our own advantages. Boy. Do you really think the Lateran Pope is talking about is possible? What the Lateran Pope is talking about is possible? I don't know. I can't imagine a world where all the nations are tightly intertwined with one another. It sounds like a dream. Or maybe a nightmare. But no one can ignore the miracle that happened that day, or the Pope's speech. Is Laterano really the blessed city? What does Sangha think of all this, Easel? Oh, hi, buddy. It was stunning. Figured as much. Apparently that bell has not rung for thousands of years. So what will happen to Laterano now? Perhaps not all that much from what I know of the Laterans. Or maybe it's the same everywhere. Turning points in history don't always seem important at the time. We do perceive that change is happening, and we'll take up our own duties and responsibilities. Well said, brother. You can leave us here. We have a car on the way. Thank you. No problem. Cardinal Velev is at a hospital not far from here. I'll be reporting back to her directly. Just give her our thanks. As long as you're satisfied, those are her instructions. Nothing gets past her, huh? Say, can you take a photo of me and my husband? Sure. How's that? You're a pretty good photographer. Thanks. You're welcome. And up they go. To maybe what they do on a vacation? Maybe more work? I don't know. I really don't understand what their work-life balance is. And quite honestly, if I had to take a guess, it's probably all work. No life, just work. No balance at all. Say, Fiametta, do you feel like your steps are heavier than usual? Where's this coming from? You don't feel the weight on your shoulders after what His Holiness said? Get to the point. Well, I'm thinking I'm due for a career change. I'm really cut out for a job with too much responsibility. And you seem like just a girl to take my... in your dreams. Good afternoon. Long time no see, Easel. It's only been 2 weeks. You want a mission? An errand on behalf of Cardinal Velev. She's about to report back to her. This is my final task in Laterano. Not bad. Once you've seen the world, you realize how boring this place is. Okay. There aren't as many great desserts out there, but life is about more than just enjoyment, don't you think? So you're going to meet with Velev? Where is she? She's going to Central Hospital. Let's go together then. We're heading the same way. I don't know how to even put those emotes into words. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. I thought you need to mull it over a little longer. I just felt I can't be the only one standing still while everyone else has already taken the next step. And I have nothing to add. I'm glad you accepted. Wonderful to have someone like you join us, times being what they are. I knew you'd be here, Velev. Can't take any steps. Ooh, poor choice of words. Why did you... You ran into Easel. The emissaries from Kjorg have reached their destination. Work. But don't leave just yet. I've got another task I could use your presence for. Understood. See you next week, Lemoine. See you. Have you decided to join the 7th Tribunal, Lemoine? Already on the job? Won't be easy over there after this conference. Don't you think we're a match made in heaven, though? I suppose. You've all chosen your paths. It's about time for me to think what I can do, too. Speaking of, I was just talking to Fiametta about quitting my job as a legato. Too much trouble? I mean, the old man? I don't see the trouble waiting in the future. But you're not getting away that easily, Mostima. You answer to me now. Oh. Here's your first job. Bring this letter to Elle. Did I say no? Nope. Deliver it to her personally. Unemployment is sounding more appealing by the second. Quit with the lame excuses. And there's my old taskmaster. You won't give up. How can you be so sure? Don't pretend that you don't need this job. You're looking for an answer, aren't you? Steve just quits. Right then and there. Right here and now. Just... Nope. I'm not Anduin. I didn't say you were. But you have a choice to make about who you are. To find that answer, one must have journeyed far enough. So how does it feel to be seen right through, Mostima? Sounds like you don't even need a halo to. This is my own path, then. You shouldn't follow me, Fiametta. You think the world revolves around you? We just happen to be taking the same road. I have his gun. He still sees himself as a Sancta. I'll be back for it. And he'll pay for what he did. And you'll help me. Fine. By the way, the Astray that were caught in the city have been set free. That is Holiness's will. Mm-hmm. His mercy is none of my business. I thought you might say something like that. Ah. Oh, and you'll be dispatched to Rhodes Island under the agreement with the Notarial Hall to the 5th Tribunal. You mean the pharmaceutical company that Mostima and Lemuel were part-time at? Where's this coming from? The Pope let that fly free in your room. He better not have. It's not even a fly, it's just a tiny little gnat. Nothing wants to deepen our cooperation. You're as good as anyone for the role. Plus, we have a good track record with them. You should be well supported. Alright. Oh, by the way, I have some really good news for you. You get to choose from one of 3 codenames for your next mission. We really have to keep up this farce now that you're our liaison? Liaison? You was temporary name in the first place because there's no clear role for keeping tabs on her. I've had enough of these monthly name changes. Didn't you like Shimmering Vigil? What was it that you said? They finally come up with a decent name? Shut up. Hey, nice flowers. Hate to break it to you, but the tradition of changing your title has become a rule unto itself. Just accept it. Here are your choices. Void Gourmet, Wasteland Pilot, or Dawn Destroyer. Dawn Destroyer. Man, your tastes are so easy to guess. I mean, out of all of those, yeah, Dawn Destroyer. I'd probably choose Dawn Destroyer too. Oh, just shut up already. You're awake. Luck has really not been on my side lately. What's wrong? Getting bed sores from too much lying down? No, forget I said anything. Easel. I wanted to see what happens to those who come close to betraying Laterano. Not bullying the kid, Veliv. You're implying that I'm not young myself. Sorry. You're no longer a legatus. That's the price I must pay, then. You're still my subordinate. It's a heavy one. You talk a big talk, Orin. See what you've learned in Victoria. Does that mean you need me to do things my way? Remember that question you asked? I can answer it now. I have no interest in being a woman of my integrity. I respect those who have worked hard to earn the title. Well, I can't argue with that. Was that intended for me as well? Of course. Treasure the opportunity you've been given with Cecilia. Don't ever let me know what influence she'll have on Laterano. You don't want her returning here. I didn't. Why would I waste time crafting an identity for her? Other than, well, compassion. And the fact that she still has potential value that outweighs her risks. Trust me, there's no harm getting this sort of candid promise. I understand. No need to be nervous. I'm simply expressing Laterano's sincerity. If you two ever get tired of traveling, Laterano will be here. Her doors will be open. Come in. Federico.
Cardinal Veliv. Here are the past 2 years of records regarding the activities of the former Legata Zorian Argiolus.
Thank you, Executor Federico.
Just in case. There's reason to believe that Executor Gio may be his accomplice. Should I summon him?
No need. He only claimed to have been tricked by the old classmate. Now won't he, Orin?
Remind me never to pick a fight with you again.
I'll let Rochelle be for now. I would like to speak with him through you when it's convenient. You don't have a problem with that. Do you?
No, not at all.
The two of them have been dealt with for the moment. Executor Federico.
Hold on, Federico.
What is it?
I've been thinking. It could have been easy to deduce that it was Fioria who meant for the Sarkaz just from a few sentences in a journal. Why were you so obsessed? Who were you seeking?
Arturia.
Arturia. Huh? Arturia?
The wanted criminal?
What exactly is your relationship with her?
A distant relative.
Ha! Seriously, man. If I could stand right now, I'd be dragging you to the nearest bar.
I don't have time.
You do, because I happened to run into an infamous fugitive a few years back, by the name of Arturia. Wait, calm down, fella. I wasn't looking for her, it was a coincidence. Seriously, I like to think of myself as a veteran. Just thinking back on that experience sends a shiver down my spine.
Where did you see her?
3 years ago in Laterano.
Mr. Weasel.
Cecilia.
Rachel. Paperwork is in order. She's now free to leave Laterano. Thank you, Rachel. Just doing my job. You know where you're going, right? Well, we'll meet up with Federico to join a company by the name of Rhodes Island under a cooperation agreement. Apparently it's more convenient this way, since we'll be spending a lot of time outside. Good. I've already contacted them. But you're still an executioner in the Notarial Hall. Missions will be issued to you through Rhodes Island when it's inconvenient for you to return. That said, I have a hunch your journey with her will go smoothly. You might find what you're looking for sooner rather than later. And my hunches are usually right. Thanks. I'll be going then. Goodbye, Cecilia. Bye-bye, Mr. Richfield. Yikes, I'm getting a hunch that something bad's gonna happen. Rachel's an exciting one, too. Hey, wait, how did you know that we're looking for something? What's wrong, Mr. Israel? Nothing. Is there anything else you want to say before we go? The girl lets go of the young Sanctus' hand and walks to the center of the flower field. I'm leaving Laterano, Mama. I'm not running away. I'm gonna find Papa on my own and tell him what you said. I want to see the outside world for myself. I want to see Casdale. I'm happy, Mama. Now, just like before. Please watch over me. Can I pick a white flower? Of course. Thank you! You want to take this flower? Mm-hmm. Fresh flowers won't last long. I can press it for you. Will you teach me? I want to learn for myself. Thanks, Mr. Ezeal. I'm the one who should be thanking you. What is that? Nadia, are you really coming with me? Of course. I was thinking you could stay here. Laterano doesn't have what I'm looking for. What is it, Patia? Excuse me, that was out of line. But did you just smile? Not to say that you don't normally, just that, well, something seems different. For many years, I thought we walked alone in the wilderness. I was arrogant and immature. Did you hear the old man's speech? I heard the second half when it woke me up. It's being broadcast all over the city. Loudly. Evangelista, the patron saint of sacrifice and unity. Perhaps he will go even further than the 10 that took the name before him. What a grand yet fragile vision. But one upon which I will offer my blessings. What did you learn that day? It's not important, Patu. Not so important, anyway. Even if there is no reward waiting at the end of the journey, the act of continuing onwards is, in itself, carrying the torch. Therefore, I will continue onward. We do not trade for blessings nor for pity. We walk the path that we believe in. Because it is the only way to live with dignity Is it not? We should depart, guide, before the sun sets. Let us go, my brothers and sisters. The girl of mixed blood sees the leader take the first step. The setting sun illuminates the halo on his head like a crown. She recalls the stories of the saints that her mother would tell her, and the word that her mother placed so much emphasis on. She does not fully understand its meaning, or its symbolism. For some reason, though, it comes to mind when she sees that faraway figure. Martyr. What are you looking at, Cecilia? No, nothing. The sunset is beautiful. The girl looks about her, at the flowers, at the church, at the statue, and the bell tower, so far away now. She takes the young Sancta's hand, and the two of them begin to walk into the distance. Her steps are slow, but she does not look back. And that's it. The end of our little guide ahead story. For now. Yes, I have no clue if they're going to include any sort of extra stuff in the EX stages. They do it sometimes they don't. Maybe some special EX story stuff. Gimme. If I know it's there, I'll probably stream it. We have to curse some more. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Let's see. Grab all this. At the very least, I get all the furniture. That's all I need. Oh no, I don't get all the furniture. I need to clear that on challenge mode, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've ever actually successfully done it with any of the other ones. I love the furniture. I actually do really enjoy the furniture. I swap out my dormitories quite frequently. Yeah, in terms oh gosh, it's gonna be a long scroll. I'm sorry. Oh, that's too far ahead. There we go. In terms of what she's got left, I got a lot more to show. I'm gonna need to build her up quite a bit. She also has her own story, which of course is gonna take me a while. Her own docs, a bunch of stuff.
Don't touch that. It'll explode.
Oh, okay.
Doctor. Is that your job title? How normal. How nice.
Oh.
Same old then?
I enjoy going through some of these new guys.
Site's locked.
Can I do something for you real quick?
Boring.
Sure.
We're heading up. It'll be faster by rooftop. Beats me how you sleep while standing up. And you even look pretty normal.
Little apple line.
Above everyone back then who sneaked naps in class.
So apparently the doctor can sleep while standing up. Next thing you know, we're going to hear something along the lines of all the memes of him pouring the boiling hot water straight into his mouth and just shoving the block of ramen noodles in there is going to be canon. That's literally going to be how he eats. That's why his visor is a square. So you can just slide it right through. Oh no, I pulled my mouse too far. Sorry, my bad. Myrtle. That's not it. Which one is the little apple line? Is that depart?
Let's go!
No, it's not it. I don't remember what the little apple line is. In battle? Okay.
I have to get Sirik. Gather around me. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Yeah, number 3. There you go.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Oh, it gets head pats. Honestly, 99% of these operators get head pats. We're trying to beat the best unit of the game. She is incredibly powerful, and she's the next one I want to go and build. But I know that I currently have other ones that really should be built before her. Just due to the other reasons, such as I need better DPS stuff, I need better healing, I need stuff like that. My DP generation is okay. I got the wonderful last... Oh gosh. Was I understand? Not exactly. I want to Gnosis. Heard of many things she's not a waifu. Honestly, I want to describe half of these people as waifus. Who else was it I wanted to build? I mean, now I want to build Executor. Yeah, I know. It's a waifu. I figured you'd be classified as a husbando. I want to build Executor. I've heard Mountain's pretty good. I also, of course, want to build Enforcer now. He seems really good, actually. Mountain Skill 2 is busted. That's what I've heard. I've heard it's just the ultimate AFK button. I kind of someday want to go and just E2 Tachanka, just go and max him out simply for the sake of the memes. I really don't even use him all that much, but I mean, memes are memes. Real quick, what's up? Important fact. Also got to finish building Lee. Silver Ash skill 2 is his best skill. For survivability, yeah, it is actually really, really good. It is really nice for some survivability. That being said, though, I don't really use him as... Yeah, he does become a really good tank and heal himself. It is very, very good. It is very, very nice. But there are other characters that do it pretty well. Use him to tank shots with their snipers and defense loading units. Yeah. However, I just simply find other characters such as Clutch eating shots from the snipes in the last CC. Fair enough. I just like a couple other units to perform that instead. Because I like having him just place it down. Because, what's it? It starts at 75, so only 15 seconds after deployment, he's ready to go with full DPS. When at Master 3. And that's just kind of what I use him for. I place him down, he gets the DPS. If I really need him to stay there, then he can. But for the most part, I just give him the buff from Scotty. Let it rip. And then I could usually pull him. And that's about it. I keep Surtur on retainer. I don't have Surtur. I do not have Surtur. I don't have a lot of the meta units. I think the two big meta units that I have are Scalter and Silver Ash. I think those are the two meta units I have. Everyone else is just, I don't know, kind of stuff I've just built up because I thought they were cool. Oh, is Blaze meta? I didn't know if Blaze was meta. I just know that these two are the ones that are like always talked about as like some DPS stuff. She goes in and out, but I consider her fair enough. Wild lane holding, yeah. Honestly, her second skill is so much better than her third. It's so freaking good. Like, not even talking about the attack range increase. 70% extra attack. Something for Mountain, yeah. Like, this one's good for a short one-time thing of AoE damage, but after that, I mean, you can see that in her freaking, what's it, the Paradox? Yeah, the Paradox simulation. It literally shows it is good for a one-time burst of damage, and that's it. Also, Ash. I don't have Ash either. I wanted Ash. I spent so much on Ash. I spent so freaking much on Ash. No real life money. I'm still free to play. But I spent all my reserves on Ash. And then I also did it when I saw an XU banner. And I did not get either of them. Arketo's pretty good though. I actually really like Arketo. Arketo's really, really nice. I want to eventually go and mastery be her second skill as well. Her second skill is pretty good. And then of course Landon tactics alongside Chen's sword. Excuse me. I almost said swording. It's scolding. This is really good, and eventually, when the module stages, not levels, module stages 2 and 3 come along, this becomes so freaking good. It's pretty darn good. Enough. Jackie's my favorite unit I love her. Fair enough. Fair enough. I have way too many favorites. Honestly, most of the people who you see on screen right now are my favorites. Need a brawler module, but I'm fairly certain they don't want to make Mountain even crazier. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, most of these guys are my favorites, honestly. My favorites, but Jackie is like 5 tiers above them all. Fair enough, fair enough. He's the winner, but I love many characters. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. Most of the time, who I decide to level up is usually my favorite. There are very few times where I choose the meta. Big Enmity Guard fan. One Helliger. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. One day I want to go and build them. I actually have a joke squad just for that. A squad called Healers. It's literally everybody who's not a healer. One day I will max out this squad and it will be so freaking stupid. One day. Mud Rocket Blundshine works stupidly hard. Yeah, you told me about that. Honestly, once I'm done with all my present projects, which are like 6 or 7 different units right now, at the current moment, Lee is still sitting at 97% trust. Skill 2 comes out every couple seconds. Skill 2, huh? Hold on. Wrong one. My brain's not working. Defensive recovery, 20. Well, I guess it's at rank 1. Oh, Mudrock. Yeah. My bad. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I love her in Mudrock skills buffed. Yeah, because of the it's the Knight of Sword and Shield, right? Yep, Knight of Sword and Shield when deployed, all allies that have defense recovery also gain 1 SP when offensive recovery would work too. Beans, yeah. I love going into what's it? The roguelike mode. The roguelike mode because you can get what's the collectible? Yeah, she just becomes a freaking invincible. I'm not gonna play. I wanna find it. Which one is it? Not any of these. Not any of these either. I think it's one of these. Auto regen, auto regen. There we go. Stuff like this. We can pick up one of these, and it's the SP rate, regen rate of offensive and defensive recovery skills. By 1 SP, 1.5 seconds. And you can make it stupid because all she needs is to take one hit. Oh yeah. Stick it on motor. Oh yeah. It's stupid. What's unfortunate though is that her talent is undermined by the Royal Alliance Treaty. All friendly units no longer receive damage from Sarkaz. Keeps going and always has it ready to go when an enemy walks up. Yeah, it's freaking insane. She's powerful enough so I can't get too mad at it, but yeah, I am a little every once in a while when I think about Unshakable Solidarity, I'm like, really? Really? You know how specific of a skill that is? How unbelievably niche? She needs it? Really? I don't know. I mean, it's very fitting for her. I'll give it that. Okay, now I get it. I don't know, I like both her. I think her skill 2 is a superior one, but there are some cases where the skill 1 is really nice. And then there's Hoshi. I love Hoshi. Hoshi's amazing. Got a Lee module as soon as I could. Yeah, I need it so bad. But 97% trust. He's so freaking close. He's almost there. Alongside Ling. Ling. 95%. I have everything but the LMD ready because I just spent all of my LMD on Enforcer. Oh, she recently E2'd and using skill 2 for ult tanking. Yeah, her skill 2 is friggin' insane sometimes. That defense buff is stupid. Usually, Saw of Strength works pretty well for me, but there are a couple maps where I would use Thorns. She's immune to bonking and she bonks everything else. Yeah, no, she just eats anything that's not arts. But then even then, she can still occasionally go and just eat arts. She's a freaking 25% chance to resist any and all damage. Casually. Absurd. I love the enemies that just throw the pillars until they die because Hoshi with the healer would just live forever without even flinching on skill 2. Yeah, that's how I get by that without losing any of the whatchamacallums. Brain, work with me. The shield guards. Just stick her right there, put a healer, and then boom, instant win. It's ridiculous. I mean, of course, you had to give him a little bit more support, but, you know. See, though, any other units where I'm like, man, I love these guys? I mean, obviously, I love, like, all of these guys, but is there anyone in particular where I'm like, man, that's cool? Like I said, I do love Adriana. Just look at that busted attack. Not even maxed out, but attack was 205%. Just casually. Increase your attack to over 3,000. As you do. Even Silver Ash doesn't go that high. I have him maxed out when he doesn't get that much. It's stupid. Next project is E2ing people I like, Rosmontis and Nostima. Oh. I don't have Rosmontis either. Nostima is a ton of fun though. I love Nostima. He's great. I think her E2 art is absolutely insane. How do I actually don't know how to act as if I'm using two fingers on this. Unfortunately. But yeah, I freaking love her. She's insane. And she just got the new module. I need to go and work on it. 71 out of 100 units. I apparently need to beat CB5 with a 3-star rating and have Nostima defeat 8 enemies, including at least 1 bully. I apparently need 1 more crystalline electronic unit. But look at that. Attack speed plus 5, it's nice. I appreciate it. Attack speed plus 51 is oddly specific, but sure, I guess. But cost minus 8. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, and then of course, the skill Aura Caster is pretty nice. I personally prefer her third skill. Oh, sorry, I dropped a few frames there. We good? I prefer her third skill. I just like the massive AoE stuff. But the second can still come in handy. I don't even have it mastery, but it still comes in handy every once in a while. It's the ultimate stun. Let's see, how much is it? 9. Yeah, it's almost as much. The attack is almost as high as Silver Ash. It's roughly the same. It's slightly slower attack speed, but it does arts damage instead, and pushes them back a bit. The range is of course slightly different as well, but yeah, I don't know. I like her. I use her a lot. Then of course there's Saga. Saga and Blue Poison. Both just pretty decent ones. All on the NCR night. I wanted to get all 300 just to buy from the shop. I have never reached pity before. I think the most I've gotten is like 150. That was me saving up for a long time. So I just really wasn't interested in anything that was out there. Yeah. Yeah, my reserves are all gone. Very much lost at this point. Get 421. Buy one of these. And then, of course, I'm going to need to go and buy the furniture after I'm done buying the tokens. Then I'll probably go after the headhunting permit. And then just go crazy on everything else, I guess. Yeah. I didn't want a max pot neuro, but here, jeez. Oh my gosh. Max pot NDR? Max pot the NTR Knight, excuse me, I probably shouldn't cut that off. That sounds really weird if I cut it off. Dang. It's so many just trying to get. Dang. Dang. Alrighty though. I think with the end of the story, I got very mad at me since she went max pot and needed like 200 pulls to get 2 of her. Oof, that hurts. And then there's me, I'm just like, ooh, I see a unit I like, I'll just go and spend a little on her. Or him. If it was Lee, it was him. With the exception of Sculptor, I just want the amnesia cat that throws skyscrapers. Oh, that's great. Yeah, at that point, it's better as a support unit, I guess. Why would people take her? Oh, we're gonna level her up eventually too. I've heard she's pretty good. I've heard that she fills a very, very specific role though. She isn't like your standard guard or whatever. Or like using regular now? That's fair, that's fair. He's a nuker? Ah, yeah. Not exactly meant to stay on the field for too long, I guess. She started, but you had to place gravel beforehand. Started, but she placed gravel beforehand. Wow. She just goes bang. Oh, right, because she has that funky thing where, like, her deployment time increases if you don't place down Casimir's character beforehand, right? Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. It's getting pretty late here. I'm noticing myself starting to drift a little, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it here if that's alright. I got done with the story. I'm very happy with it. I had a ton of fun, even if I apparently said some horrible things in a language that now dead. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop on over to the end screen. And then I feel this is very fitting, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. There we go. Maybe one day we can... I love checking about Arknights. I appreciate you having me here. See, my brain is now dying. I appreciate you being here, and I enjoy talking about it. That's why I do this, so I can go and talk to people. That's why I do it. But yeah, I think gonna wrap it up for me. Great jest on my channel. Yeah, I think that's gonna wrap it up for me here. My brain is slowly dying. Like I said, it's getting pretty late. But yeah, appreciate you coming out. I had a ton of fun. Get a good rest and have a great night. You too. You too. I guess it's time for me to go ahead and do an outro. For anyone who may be lurking in the background, or anyone who may be watching this as a VOD, feel free to leave a follow if you enjoyed what you saw today. It's just a nice and easy way to say, hey, I like what you're doing, keep up the good work. It's also a good way to get notifications. I send out notifications to both Twitch and Twitter, so if you're interested in getting notifications on either one of those platforms, or just in general showing your support, feel free to follow there. I would greatly appreciate it. If you're interested in checking out some of the past stuff I've done, maybe for some reason you only saw the second half of this story, and you want to know what happened to lead up to it, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. If all's going well with YouTube processing VODs and stuff like that, the VOD for yesterday should be up tonight, so you can feel free to check that out. You can also, of course, check out anything else that I've done. I have pretty much everything that I've done up there, so feel free to check out whatever you'd like. Regardless of how you choose to show your support, though, it means a lot to me, and I greatly appreciate it. Hope you all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it happens to be wherever you are. And I hope to see you all again later. Thanks for coming and hanging out.